Okay. Welcome, everybody. Can you hear me at the back there? Okay at the back? All good? Excellent. What a room. Welcome to the ASC's conference, Meet the Metaverse. Refreshments, a little housekeeping. Refreshments are served throughout the day, as you saw in the President's Suite. There's no fire alarm today. It's not a test. If you hear one, please act accordingly. Bit of an introduction from me. I'm Matt, the chair of the ASC Voluntary Committee. It's worth us reflecting on where we are, I think, in the real world today, because we're talking about the Metaverse. We are in the long room, in the Oval's historic sports ground, a ground steeped in human history. The earliest recorded cricket match was played here in June 1724. That's some 6 decades before George Washington became the first president of America, just for some context. In 1870, it hosted the world's first international football match, Scotland versus England, ending in a thrilling 1-1 draw. And 150 years ago this year, around about the same time Italy was finalising itself as a country, the first FA Cup final took place just out there. 10 years later, the Aussies came over and beat us at cricket for the first time, but sadly not the last. The stumps were burnt, the ashes of which we have battled over ever since, and long may it continue. It is from this room that monumental moments of sporting excellence have been witnessed by royalty, rock stars, international statespeople, and sporting legends, and it's our time now. So what am I alluding to? All this sums to something more than AI-driven, hyper-realistic avatars operating in an artificial environment. However, there is lots of money being invested in recreating the kind of networking opportunity and discussion forum which we've got here today, so let's make the most of it. We are trying to generate some momentum in the Metaverse conversation for surveys and insights, and if you don't know anything about the Metaverse, you do know a lot about being a human being. Your views are valid. If you've never been to an ASC conference before, it's informal, peer-to-peer knowledge share. Please do get involved. We really want to hear your opinions. Thank you for everybody who took up the opportunity of a £30 triple 30 ticket for those who are 30 years or under. It is brilliant to see you, and for those tickets and a great deal more, we thank our sponsors, Askia, Data Expert, Delineate, eTabs, Forster, Malinko, Question Pro, Snap Surveys, and Red Centre Software. These excellent companies fund the ASC's voluntary activities and our initiatives, without whom we couldn't do what we do. One thing we do is celebrate our sector, our community, and the people's achievements within it. And one way of doing that is with a free bar and live music from the London Django Collective later on, and to that we thank Delineate for sponsoring that. And a big thank you to Question Pro. A key objective of the ASC is to break down barriers to knowledge share. And for the first time, because of Question Pro's generosity, we're able to offer access to the live event and all recordings completely free. And we've actually got hundreds of people from around the world streaming in. So if you'll excuse me in the room as I speak to our remote viewers directly and offer a warm ASC welcome with a howdy, guten tag, bonjour, hola, ciao, and ni hao, konnichiwa, salam, jambo, namaste, and g'day. And finally, huge thanks to our speakers. They put a lot of time in to creating the presentations for you today, and they've all volunteered their time. And thank you to the ASC committee who've put all this together for us. And a special thank you to Monica Kaur. Bethan Blakely was going to host today, but sadly she's been called away to Manchester, and with 24 hours notice, Monica has stepped up to guide us through the presentations, which is absolutely superb, so thank you, Monica. I'll just introduce the survey and Carl. So here we've got a survey, of course, ASC, Association for Survey Computing. At the end of the day, if you've got it all on your handouts, so if you could just tell us what you thought of the conference, what you thought of the content, any other ideas for the future, that'd be fantastic. So let's get into it, shall we? We thought we'd start wide with a Metaverse overview from Carl Hayden-Smith. If you don't know Carl, he's head of research at Ravensbourne University in London. This is a very brief synopsis of his bio. He's got 20 years experience of hybrid technologies for perceptual, cognitive, and creative transformation. He is focused on using both the technological and biological means to alter, probe, and study the spectral nature of consciousness. I don't know what that means. He's given over 300 invited public lectures conference presentations, keynotes. He's raised multi-million pounds for projects in the academic sector, and his research interests include embodied cognition, spatial literacy, unwelt hacking, sensory augmentation, artificial senses, and body hacking. I'm sure that's not butchery. Would you please welcome Carl Hayden-Smith?
Hi guys, thank you for the interesting introduction. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the differences between extended reality, Web3, which is often mixed up with Metaverse. So we're going to distinguish those things, and I'm going to look at it through different businesses, different industries, so focusing on fashion, music, and some art. And I'm also going to look at identity, what happens to human identity in the Metaverse. So a kind of common understanding of, or the original understanding of the Metaverse comes from Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash. So in 1992 that book was published, and he meant by the Metaverse an online universe which closely resembles our reality. And it's somewhere that people can go in order to avoid the problems of the real world. And I'm going to counter that as a sort of a premise. So it's a common understanding, virtual world, a bit like Second Life, but connected to the real world. So the difference between Second Life cut off the real world a lot of the time. So the Metaverse or digital twins are very much around this theme of, connecting, sensing, so that you actually make a real difference in. So the virtual world's tied to the physical world, and the physical world is tied to the virtual world. That's the definition of a digital twin. That's the definition of the Metaverse. But there's so much room for disruption because our traditional media is archaic. I think my argument stems from the idea that we don't want a virtual reality version of the Metaverse. We want a mixed reality or an extended reality version. We want to keep the real world in there. So we want an enhanced reality, not a diminished one. So this is what the Metaverse currently looks like. I don't think you'll get all the detail on here, but this is just to point out that there's loads of different layers. There's an infrastructure layer. There's a human-computer interface layer. There's spatial computing involved, and there's a creator economy involved. There's a discovery layer involved, and there's the experience layer. So look at that at your own time. But this is also about the evolution of the web. So we've got the first web, which was all around democratizing information, getting access to content, but not really doing much with it. So a read version of Web 1. Web 2 was the content level. So this was when we could actually write our own content on the web, and that's where we're at now. The Web 3 level is very much more about capacity for action. And it's read, write, own. Owning your own data is very common in Web 3, or read, write, execute. So this is what Web 3 is all around. And if we're trying to compare or distinguish Web 3 from the Metaverse, again, this is a really interesting slide from Blockchain Council, which distinguishes the difference. So I think that the Metaverse itself is where Web 3 plays out. The Web3 technologies we're all familiar with, DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, NFTs, these are DeFi, these are the things that the Web3 is consistent of, and the Metaverse is where it plays out. That's the playground for Web3. So in terms of some of the application areas, which I'm going to dive into, so you're familiar with some of these. Social media is playing out, as we talked about already. It's this idea of going into conferences in the Metaverse, gaming in the Metaverse, digital humans. There's a lot to do with your identity being transferred into an avatar, and then you may be putting fashion on. There's loads of fashion now where you don't actually make a real dress, it's a digital dress. Gucci are producing handbags, digital handbags, and they're just digital. They don't turn them into physical. So one of the innovations that we brought together at Ravensbourne was a collaboration with Double Me. So Albert Kim, who runs Double Me, wanted a space in London. And I was like, well, don't rent a space, come to Ravensbourne, we'll share the lab. So So this is what we built. This is a holoportal, and this basically is an ability to have a series of cameras that will enable you to create point clouds. So the metaverse is driven by point clouds. It's driven by LiDAR, and I'm going to explain what that is. But this ability to turn a piece of content into multiple contexts. So you're delivering it into animation, delivering that same content into film, or if you wear one of these, which is a Microsoft HoloLens. How many of you have tried mixed reality? Not virtual reality, mixed reality, yeah, so a good third of you. So this is the originator, still the kind of the lead, the HoloLens, Microsoft. If this hadn't arrived in 2015, I wouldn't have been able to do the €3 million project that we won from Horizon 2020. And this is basically what you're doing with a HoloLens. So you're becoming the cameraman and the director at the same time. So these are footballers that we captured in our studio. Think about that studio as a 3D capturing environment that then you can actually put that content into mixed reality or virtual reality. So it's a tool or a lab for creating context, basically, putting content into multiple contexts. So we did the world's first mixed reality fashion show, got London Fashion Week models in the studio, and then at Citizens M Hotel, we had an empty room that you would turn up to, and you'd have HoloLenses given to you, and then basically you would have seen the fashion show, but as light, these are the point clouds, these models become point clouds. So this is where we're going with the metaverse, and obviously the ethics come in straight away, because if you're creating a 3D avatar of yourself, a point cloud of yourself, then we all know what deep fakes are capable of, right? So if you're giving away your 3D image, it's very important that you own it, right? It's very important that you actually create an NFT, mint yourself quickly before somebody else does. So these are the kind of LiDAR scanners that came out first. This one would have attached to another device, but these are the modern day ones. On the back of your iPhones, you will have a LiDAR scanner, especially the Max Pros. You'll see a third lens on the back of your iPhone, and if you download a free app called Canvas or Scaniverse, you'll then be able to create 3D point clouds, either of environments or people or objects, but this is now capable on a consumer level. And I'm hoping I've got sound. Can you sort out?
Hirose, size matters.
Thank you.
If your chocolate donut doesn't seem big enough, he can make it bigger. And by making it bigger, he says he can help you lose weight.
There's this idea that depending on whether the size of portions are big or small, the amount of food people consume changes. So we thought it would be interesting to try out the concept using computers.
So
There's like two things.
So that's actually no joke. That's actually real science. We've even found out that things. So I worked in Japan at Tokyo University and Keio University, and we also found out that things are less heavy perceptually if they're white. So putting an AR headset on, all the dumbbells in the gym are black, right? So if you actually turn everything white, you can actually pull more weight, and we've got hard science on that. So we did a talk earlier last year actually for Masters and Robots conference, and this was a talk about the metaverse from within the metaverse, and this is the studio that we currently have at Ravensbourne, which is this LiDAR capable studio. So let's just have a quick
There's like two things I want to pick up in there. And the first is the way that really sort of savvy creatives and businesses are using the metaverse for things that you can't do in real life. Whether that's give you a perspective of the world you can't get, like Marshmallow Laser Feast in the tree, or whether that's hosting events for hundreds of thousands of people that you wouldn't literally be able to do, especially in the lockdown. And the other thing that I was really interested in is you mentioned the sort of buzzword of the moment, NFTs.
Yeah.
Because as well as having its own currency and, it's going to have a huge economy in the metaverse, it has NFTs, which, we think of as art pieces that, have a value and digital value in the digital world. So who's exploring this, do you think?
So you couldn't really see that because of the lighting, but what you saw there was us becoming a point cloud, right? And then the difference is that when you're actually shooting from a director's point of view, you have that fixed, right? A YouTube is fixed. The director's viewpoint is sovereign. Right, but a point cloud, and they've got whole basketball courts now linked together with or filmed with LiDAR. So imagine your favorite sportsman. you can now follow his hands, just his hands, and choose where you're looking. So it's from point of view to field of view. That's what's changing. It's a declarative rather than a prescriptive view. So you control where you look in that view. So moving on to some more ethics, I think that this idea of digital twins is certainly powerful, much more powerful than Second Life was, and I think this has a lot of legs. If you think about the average architectural project, only 2% of buildings are constructed with architects involved. A lot of architecture today is it's power stations and data centers, but the point being that a very expensive architectural body or a building will actually have a digital twin. And the digital twin can cost as much as the actual building. But the digital twin is actually giving you real-time information, whether it's to do with flows of people or expense of bills, etc. So when you're putting on one of these AR headsets and wait for iPhone to release their AR glass, that's going to be the game changer for AR, I predict, as it was with the smartphone. So when that's released, your iPhone suddenly goes into your eyes, and you're not tied to your tiny bit of real estate on your phone. You're actually using voice a lot more and gesture to actually interact with your world. And I think it's actually an interesting thing for the body, because you're returning to the body. Most of us are like zombified by this device, and I think that the smartphone has got a lot to answer for. But the problem with wearing an augmented reality headset is that one of you're scanning everything, right? You're turning everything into a point cloud, because that's what AR is. It depends on everything being turned into a point cloud so that then it can accurately overlay a digital layer on top. So other people are scanned, right? All of your objects at home are scanned. And where does that data end up? That's the issue. So I think that there's loads of benefits, but the double-edged sword of this technology is much greater than previous iterations. So I've already mentioned about NFTs being used to protect body image. And one of the big projects that we worked on was X Prize last year, where we actually trained. Cool experience. If you can turn the volume up.
If we were able to put some of these devices in people's hands, right? I think we could offer a lot more accessibility and engagement with a ton of different training, right? That potentially someone that may never even be exposed to it otherwise, right?
I've been looking for this for probably 3-4 years. I mean, I've been watching the community trying to figure out if anybody's got it. In the complexity of machinery, nobody's really tapped into it. You can recreate a cockpit, right? And you can put all the dials and you can create all that stuff. And that's why I think it's been in aviation so fast, right? And besides people like, organizations like Boeing and whatever have gotten behind it. This is new and this is interesting, very interesting.
So just to give you some context on that, so the X Prize is a huge competition in America, and we got into the semi-finals of the rapid reskilling competition based on what we produced, which was neuroadaptive mixed reality training. So we're not just doing mixed reality training, we're also measuring affective state at the same time. So that means that we can actually work out how stressed you are and how much complexity you can take in the training. And we're actually capturing your affective state. We used to do it with a whole bodysuit with sensors, but now we're actually doing it just with voice. So we're working with an algorithm that's been produced by a medical doctor, and just with voice we can tell if you've got diabetes. So it's astonishing the privacy war that's going on with these kinds of scenarios. But yeah, just with voice we can tell how stressed you are, how relaxed you are, how much you can learn, and we can push you further into your zone of proximal development, as Vygotsky says. So we've trained machinists remotely, 300 different Black Hispanic minority groups in Michigan, and it was a huge challenge, but to work remotely and to be able to achieve 40% increase in knowledge transfer as a result of the intervention is exactly what we're talking about. So some of the other examples, this is Sandbox. So these are different platforms on the metaverse. So a little bit clunky, a little bit choppy, a little bit Minecraft-like, but hugely popular. My friend had friends buy land, $20 a pop, and at one point it was worth £20,000. So no joke, this virtual land. For me, it's like buying land on the moon. So this is Spatial XR, a little bit more realistic. So why I'm showing you these is because I'm looking at the fashion industry a lot and looking at the innovations in terms of, cloth rendering, whether you can actually get real-time physics involved. And I think Spatial XR is really interesting. Ready Player Me is one of the biggest avatar creating tools. And you're seeing a lot of companies now jumping into the metaverse because they're realizing, especially the young people are populating this space. So this is Adidas, who are creating NFTs with their products. And it's an interesting one because if it makes things more collectible. So if you're owning a physical object, then an NFT is provided with it. So when you may sell that jacket, then the NFT goes with the object. And it's happening in all sorts of areas. It's also happening with music. So another little example. This is an incredible, probably the biggest volumetric project that's ever been undertaken. It's a collaboration with Balenciaga, with Dimension Studio. Dimension Studio is Microsoft's version of a LiDAR studio, and this is the quality. So a whole other level. All of this is volumetrically scanned, so it's not 360. It's not just a VR render. This is all LiDAR, so you can see the particle physics there. And yeah, just a very big level up. And I think if people are going to spend time in these environments, they need to be at this sort of level.
There's never been a way to digitize the human body until now.
Now with the aid of Staiku, we can visually see the changes that are happening in every inch of your body.
So with Staiku, we can tell people, I want to see you down an inch throughout your abdominals, or I want to see you up a ½ inch in your bicep. That's something that's measurable, and we can set very specific goals. I think Staiku could really revolutionize the fitness industry.
So again, fascinating. I mean, is it body fascism? That would be my question. I mean, you can imagine dating apps that have to have body scans, and time stamped. And this is coming, guys. We're walking into this sort of blind, but this is what's coming. So Ready Player Me, just to give you some more detail on those examples, it's kind of a core metaverse tool because every fashion label in the world is creating avatars with Ready Player Me. And once you've got your avatar, you can actually link it to your local camera, and then the avatar represents you anywhere in the virtual world. And what's super interesting is that you can, like I mentioned, you can buy clothes for it, you can adorn it with jewelry or whatever it is you fancy. And what's happening is Samsung have actually interviewed their latest cohort of employees using virtual reality. So yeah, having this double consciousness or this twin, I think, is going to become more common. And I think one of the advantages when the pandemic happened, Ravensbourne's fashion students were up in arms because they couldn't come in and they couldn't cut material to create design. So they had to become computer scientists. They had to learn Close 3D or Marvelous Designer. And begrudgingly, they became computer scientists as well as fashion experts. And now they're much more valuable as assets in terms of their careers. So, and also we know the fashion industry is a massive polluter. So if we're using virtual reality or mixed reality to start to actually build these things, you may still print them out in the real world, but the money saved on prototyping is huge. And in terms of fashion brands and designers, you can reach a much greater audience. And you can also collaborate with your audience. So the audience, and this is what it means by Web3, it's this ability to feed back to these companies, and they have to listen, right? Because if they don't listen, it's a bit like the video wars when Blockbuster was sort of mentioned, people went to Blockbuster, said streaming is coming, and they ignored it, and look what happened to them. So the customer starts to dictate what they want from their fashion. They feed in, and again, it's the same with architecture. A lot of architects are giving VR models of what their building's likely to look like, and they go mad, these architects, because then it's, you can infinitely change what and it's a bit of a nightmare. So it's, it's a balance, I think, between the customer and the company. But also you're seeing these sort of retail touch points linking the physical and the virtual. As I mentioned, that's what the Metaverse is. It's this linking, and I think things like magic mirrors, where you can actually see not just how you look in terms of your garment, but also how you are in terms of your physiology. So also the Metaverse helps us to create metadata. I think that's a huge one, and creates context around objects, right? So creating narratives and giving you more information. So moving on to my final examples, this is an interesting one from the music industry. So I think it's fair to say that NFTs targeted the art industry first, and then they targeted fashion, and now they're targeting the music industry. This is one from my friend Vilvai, and Vilvai are again producing real vinyl, but they're tying an NFT to it, and again it's increasing collectability, etc. But the problem with the music industry is it's regarded very differently to art and fashion, especially in terms of ownership, because people don't tend to own music anymore. They use Spotify, they pay a monthly subscription, all music is available. So how do you then apply Web3 to the music industry? And I think that's where it becomes interesting, where you're seeing these physical event activations. So live minting of NFTs on the night. So it might be a live performance that you then own, right? You mint that and you own that. So that's an interesting one. You might not own the studio piece, but you own the performance. And then you own a piece of history. There's a brilliant example in Holland, in Amsterdam, called NXT Museum, that are doing lots of stuff in this space. And then there's things like the Slice app, which enables compensation of individual artists within a DJ set to be paid. So, a DJ may play 30, 40 different artists' music, and with that technology, all of those people get paid rather than just the DJ himself. So Web3 also, it's still very niche, this stuff, right? Not a lot of people. It's about training industry. That's what I'm doing. It's not so much training students so much as training industry to understand the capabilities of this stuff. But what this stuff enables in the music industry, it gives super fans these unique experiences. So depending on how many tokens they've got or how many gigs they've been to, there's something called a POAP, which is proof of attendance, right? So if you've had lots of attendances, then you get to see the artist behind, at the backstage or whatever, or you get to see them in the studio, in their process. And I think for anyone doing live events, please investigate these opportunities, as they will help build your community fan base. So to summarize, what I've done is I've focused on user data privacy and encryption. I think I haven't actually mentioned encryption. One of the things we're doing with LiDAR data is encrypting post-quantum. Post-quantum encryption is the where you need to be going with this stuff, and encrypt end-to-end. If you're using like a Facebook Oculus Quest 1 or 2, that data's not yours, no matter what you do with it. And Facebook knows you better in 2D than your mum knows you. Facebook in 3D will know you better than you know yourself and be able to predict what you're going to do next. So it's extremely serious. Further research should seek to protect our ethical rights of privacy, integrity, and autonomy, while still fostering user agency through experiences that are empowering, educational, and entertaining. Thank you very much.
Testing. Thank you very much. Time for questions. There must be loads. I have actually got a very long cable, so I'm doing a Diana Ross style stage thing here. Ray.
Thanks, great presentation. Really simple question. What's the difference between augmented reality and mixed reality?
So augmented reality could be something you've got in a magazine. So you could have a marker. I'm actually doing one at the moment. and it's basically it will launch an experience, and it can be an audio experience, it can be something that you're looking through. Mixed reality is HoloLens, so when you're seeing holographic detail and you're able to move around it, that's when you're wearing the mixed reality, extended reality, rather than augmented reality.
Makes sense. Good. James.
Really interesting. Provocative question. As a human being, what problem do I have today that means that I need the metaverse?
Great question. I think the problem we have today is the cost of electricity. And, we might all be wasting our time a little bit, because I think that, depending on what happens with the cost of living crisis, if we're already choosing between heating our homes or eating, then maybe plugging into the metaverse isn't going to be high up on the priorities.
On the electricity question, and from me, there's a lot of energy used in data centers that actually do the processing for some of this stuff. So is that being considered in the...
I think what I'm hoping for is this will spark a green energy revolution. That's the only way that we can actually justify any of this stuff. But whether that happens in the UK, difficult to say. Let's hope so.
Betty.
Hello.
Hi.
Great talk, thank you.
Thanks.
So we've had Second Life before, we've had other virtual worlds. In your point of view, what feels different about the metaverse now? Why does this feel arguably more exciting, and it's not just like Second Life was filled with anthropologists and journalists?
Yeah, I mean, I've never been a huge fan of virtual reality. I think virtual reality is great for meditation. It's great for going in. I think augmented reality, mixed reality is the next layer of personal computing. Absolutely. I think that the metaverse is huge for business, because if you imagine, going into eBay and actually trying on your clothes, and you will have the body scan of your avatar that's perfect for your virtual clothes. So I think that it's obvious that it's a business-led initiative, but I just think also for remote diagnosis from doctors, if you're you haven't got a webcam anymore, but you've got a LiDAR scanner, and you've got a tumor that can be looked at daily by a doctor remotely, then these are the kinds of things that really make it justifiable.
Matt.
I may indulge myself. You mentioned that there were buildings being created in Metaverse that resemble the real world. How long, or maybe already, is it going to take until fashion styles that were born in the Metaverse, or building styles that were born in the Metaverse, come and meet us in the real world?
Yeah, great. 3D printing, we already have 3D printing of fashion. So this idea of, my girlfriend seeing some dress that somebody's wearing that's long gone from the shop floor, all you need is your phone to go and scan it. Just a quick scan with Scaniverse, and then we can take that into a 3D package and adjust it for her, and then 3D print it. You can already 3D print materials. You can 3D print organs. So, these things are very much already happening. You can 3D print buildings. So I think that, it's that old adage that depending on where you are in the world, you're seeing different steps being taken in terms of evolution.
A question back here.
Hi, thanks. Love the presentation. Thank you very much.
No problem.
As the EU develops its AI regulation, and again, the definition of AI changed yesterday in the European Union in the new draft, and without doubt it covers this, whether we like it or not, and that's debatable. But given that the GDPR itself, the biggest failure in the GDPR has been enforcement. I mean, it just hasn't been enforced, whatever we might think in Europe. How do you think going forward, with all the concerns you raised, will the regulators be able to actually enforce the space that you're talking about? Because I really struggle with it. I just don't see how they can do it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that everything's moving so quickly. I mean, I work a lot in sensory augmentation, so creating new senses. And unless you put on the box that it's a medical intervention, you can pretty much release anything you want. And it's the Wild West. It absolutely is the Wild West. And I think it's a bit like pedagogy trying to catch up with technology in the education space. It's always lagging behind, and I think regulation will be very similar. It will always lag behind. And I think, you know, it's interesting that they're updating the definition of AI, because there isn't any. It's all machine learning. And so, yeah, I think that we're facing a situation where people, myself including, are very much looking at this ability to create like a machine learning version of yourself, feeding in all your own data. But that's a whole other conversation.
Time for one last question.
Thanks very much. So you mentioned for NFTs, art, fashion, and then music. What do you think is next?
Great one. I think maybe sport. You know, I think loads of people collect like cards, you know, when England are playing in the World Cup. I don't think NFTs have really got into the sports space yet, or sports science space, so that might be an interesting one, but I'm just thinking off the top of my head.
That's very interesting, thank you. And for us as consumer and market research professionals, do you see NFTs having any use in terms of storing, I don't know, consumer preferences or anything like that? Thank you.
Yeah, I think the big power of NFTs, and now we're seeing much more in terms of environmental versions. So you've got Tezos, which is a very interesting one in the art world. You've got the NFT museum in central London, worth checking out. I think that, yeah, it's a way of storing IP. It's certainly a way of marking your creation and saying that. So whether in the marketing research world, you want people to say, yeah, I said that first, and I'm the first one to give you that information, and maybe it empowers I've done a lot of market research myself and been a subject. So I think, yeah, it depends how important that data is. If you as a subject in a market research study then comes up with a brilliant idea, then maybe you could share part of the profits of that rolling out. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Monica. It's lovely to meet you all. Thank you so much for such a wonderful topic there. I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking, I really need to make a digital twin after this. My twin definitely will have better clothes sense than me, because at the moment I hate going shopping. It's just so confusing for me. But this is probably a place where I can be a stylish Monica. So now we're moving on to our next talk, and it's Dr. Nick Baker that's going to come up from Savanta. And he's going to be discussing with us the metaverse and what it means for research. And we'll be exploring the challenges and opportunities when researching in the metaverse about the metaverse. So, welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here today. I think what we've just listened to is a perfect kind of precursor to what I wanted to talk through today. I guess the main thing we want to try and convey is quite how important it is that we wrap our heads around this, because this is very, very real, no pun intended, and you just have to look at the amount of money that is currently going into this area. Yeah, one of my very good friends. Yeah, this is hot off the press. He happens to be the head of Metaverse for Samsung in Europe, and he sent me something yesterday because I asked him what he was doing. So the top investors, right, currently are Alphabet, BlackRock, Morgan Stanley, Samsung, Goldman Sachs, BNY Mellon, PayPal, Microsoft, Commonwealth Bank. List goes on. But if you look at how many of those are financial services businesses, and you look at the volume of cash that's going into this, yeah, it really starts to concentrate the mind. Also, somebody paid quite recently to live next to Snoop Dogg in the metaverse, and they paid a lot of money for it. Yeah, so one of my old bosses always used to say to me, when you're doing your research and insight work, follow the money. Now, if you follow the money currently, there's a lot of money going into this. So for me, this is vital that we understand this, because our clients are going to need to engage with this. As we've already heard, you know, fashion brands, I mean, Nike and Adidas are currently putting loads of money into Metaverse. The NBA and the NFL are putting a lot of money into the Metaverse now. Now, as this happens, and as a lot of our role is to understand how people behave, how to engage with customers, you know, brands, prospects, this is going to be a really big part of it. And it's from that perspective, really, that I wanted to sort of talk about stuff today. So, we were talking just now about, you know, Web 1, 2, 3, where this thing started, 7 layers of the metaverse. Yeah. So, you know, Second Life was 2003, and I actually remember an MRS conference paper on Second Life, which I have to say was, no disrespect meant, very odd, because it basically said you should think about doing research on something that's not real with people who are definitely not real, who are definitely making up their answers to the questions that you're asking them. Didn't really see a lot of point in that personally, but this is, I think, very different. Yeah, you know, you look at that evolution, and I'm not going to run through all of these things. Yeah, you know, it's kind of crept up on brands, I think, to a large degree. Yeah, because of where we are now. And again, talking to my mate, see, this is how I do stuff at the last minute because it's more useful. He said, in terms of my list of things here, he said, more stuff's happened since then. So what he pointed to was the work around Accenture, for example, what they're doing in the metaverse space. Also, the Samsung's investment in Yuga Labs, which is relatively recent. And there is the launch of Unruly Games 5.1, which basically underpins a lot of the new gaming possibilities as a tech platform. And gaming is one of the places where an enormous amount of money is already being spent by us as consumers. Yeah, so I think the point really around of inflection is really where we stand right now, because there's huge amounts of money going in from the supply side. There are areas like gaming where there is enormous, you know, desire on the demand side. It's what you might call something like the third wave of digital. There you go, TM. Anybody can have that for free. So it's all really about the convergence of the real and the virtual world. Yeah, this is not just about being in a virtual space. It's about being in both of those spaces. It's like analog and digital. One of my other friends, only got about 4, but they set up an ad agency in about 2004, I think it was. It's now, I think, the second largest UK independently owned ad agency. It's called Analog Folk. And the whole point of that agency was that there's a load of stuff that happens in the digital world, but we are, you know, ultimately living in an analog world too. And how can you design experiences that cross through both, basically? What we're now starting to see is that you can actually build experiences that are actually in both and at the same time. So you really see this progression and the sort of the interconnectivity of real and virtual being at the core of that. Why are people getting excited? So here's just a few numbers, basically, yeah, to sort of illustrate really the point around, you know, investment and, you know, interest. You know, every year 54 billion is being spent on virtual goods. Yeah, you know, you just have to look. There's a website called CoinDesk which has got lots of very interesting sort of information on this area on it, which if you have a look at that, you'll find some stuff that blows your mind in terms of how much somebody paid to live next to Snoop Dogg and other such things. I think 60 billion messages being sent on Roblox. Now, Roblox, when it was probably one of my first real engagements with the metaverse, which was defined by absolute annoyance and anger at my then 5-year-old son, who would never take his eyes off it and kept asking me how to build something in a program that I'd never heard of, that was really I had no interest in. But the volume of interactions, yeah, and if you think about, you know, our roles, he's now 10. Amazingly, so you know, in less than 10 years, he's then going to be adult and all the rest of it. He's been doing this digital native, call it what you will, you know, since he was 4 maybe, and you know, this is going to become absolute mainstream, and it's going to be required of brands because of people like my, you know, 5-year-old now, 10-year-old son, because it is just it's innate to them. Maybe not to us, but you know, just as now you've got, you know, this sort of pressure from Gen Z, as it were, millennial, whatever labels you wish to give them, to have more ethical, more sustainable businesses, because you know, it becomes a really important factor in their decisions around who to purchase things from. Yeah, brands are going to need to be able to deliver in this area in order for future, as it were, you know, adults to want to engage with those brands. You're going to need, it's going to be a prerequisite. Yeah, and so if we start to look at how do we make sure that we are aware of what's going on, that we understand what those 7 layers of the metaverse are, how they, you know, are relevant to some brands in different ways. You know, not everybody's going to want to themselves be a creator, but some of these brands, they need to already start to be looking at that, because you can't go from 0 to, you know, 100 overnight. There's a lot of learning in this that brands need to go through, because like with most things, it's a lot easier to get these things wrong than it is to get them right. So, a couple of examples now from the real world. I mean, inflation's been an issue, hasn't it, really? But that level of inflation over 6 months is quite impressive. You know, decentral land, which actually, if you read some stuff, is being not discredited, but is not, you know, it's not quite achieving what people thought it might do, but because it's being overtaken by other things. Yeah, but you look at that, £913,000 for some digital space to build a digital, you know, shopping district. Yeah. But it goes to that point around ownership, yeah, not just ownership of your own, you know, imagery, yeah, but owning this land is giving people stakes in a space because they believe that this is definitely coming, and you're seeing it now. I mean, Samsung's just bought a load of space in Metaverse, and if you look at the Bitcoin sort of value as an example, yeah, of how exponential the financial benefit can be in this space, and then you suddenly start to understand why so many investment, you know, management companies are in that list of top businesses here, because there are huge amounts of money already, you know, passing around. As you see, 450 grand to live next to Snoop Dogg, which on that basis of the inflation rate is probably currently about 2 million. So you've got to have a lot of money to. Yeah, probably Snoop Dogg's the only person that live next to Snoop Dogg now. So slight change of tack, really, which is Savannah did some research on the consumer end perspective a little while ago, and I thought I would just share some of this, because there are obviously multiple sides to this story, you know, around an imperative for brands to be able to act in this space. Yeah, an enormous amount of, you know, money already being put into it. Yeah, but a consumer audience that is not hugely well, you know, versed or, you know, understanding of this. Yeah. Unless they have lived their entire lives in it, because it's just what they know, because they're 10 years old and they haven't got any money to spend on anything, but they get their parents to try and do it. You know, there is a, as I say, we are at this sort of tipping point, but there is very much growing awareness, yeah, of of Metaverse. I think it's very often, as we discussed earlier, misunderstood, but that's normal about most things. Yeah. But what you're starting to see really is a growing trend of engagement with it as a thing, and an increase in, as it were, successful attribution of Metaverse as opposed to, you know, social media channels and things like that. And Meta itself is part of that. You know, one of the sort of narratives in this space is that there is a collective, I'll call it, that are determined to ensure that big tech, aka, you know, Meta and co, are not in control of this space in the same way that they are in control of the social media world. Yeah, and you know, I think that's one of the really important things for us as, you know, insight professionals to understand if we're talking to our clients about this, because that is a really important, I think, potential cleave in this space. It goes straight to the ethics, the privacy stuff, all of that. Yeah, so building our understanding of what's happening in this space, for me, is absolutely vital to our ability to really interpret, you know, narratives for clients and to be able to guide them on some of the choices they need to make in terms of their brands and their brand development. So, looking at things like recall, yeah, and in particular, you know, it's not a surprise that we're seeing the lowest age sort of bands really having the highest levels of recall, yeah. But there are some pretty significant levels of recall, yeah. And if you just look at the brand list, you know, Nike, Microsoft, Disney, I mean, what we're seeing here is really a reflection of what we've just listened to, you know, in terms of the fashion, whether it's, you know, fashion brands, whether it's technology brands. Definitely the lights. Nike, I think my mate told me, are currently one of the largest. They're the largest brand investor in Metaverse at the moment. Yeah. And you can buy digital trainers, yeah, that are quite expensive. They're quite waterproof if you're in the Metaverse, but they don't work today. So, you know, all of this, for me, really is shouting very loudly how important it is for us to be able to effectively, you know, guide brands. Me, as a recently 48-year-old, you know, male, I am not naturally, you know, of this world, but I do spend a lot of time telling quite a lot of relatively senior clients what they should do in terms of, you know, the forward development of their business and their brands. Yeah. Now, if I'm blind to this space and what's happening, I'm definitely going to be missing something that's important in the, you know, in that advisory context of what these businesses need to be thinking about. Yeah. It's a sort of slightly odd parallel, but a long time ago, O2, which came together from about 3 different mobile companies and took 10 years to get a billing system that actually was a singular one. That was the key step for it to be able to, yeah, actually change the way it manages its customers, have a, you know, overall platform that they could see, you know, relate research data to their transactional data, and then do way better things in terms of managing at a very granular level customer journeys and stuff. That took 10 years to do that. Yeah, there are similar trajectories that brands are going to need to go through to be able to really operate successfully in this space, and a lot can happen in 10 years. Yeah? So there is a real imperative for us to start to develop capability and understanding now, says Grandad here. Just a few examples. I think we've heard some already, but you know, there are Hyundai, you know, Nike, Balenciaga. All of these businesses are already, you know, delivering stores or experiences that exist within Metaverse. Yeah. As I said earlier, go on the CoinDesk website. There's currently a very interesting article. It goes through all the different industries, sort of sectors, and says which of the brands are currently most active and what they're doing. Which I guess is another point, which is there is actually a lot of information that is accessible to us, as insight professionals already there to help us do this. We are not, as it were, helpless in terms of, valid and viable, robust information sources to help get us to a place where we can understand what's going on, even if, like myself, I am certainly not an expert in this. I have a PhD in green politics and essentially anti-authoritarian protest, which has not got a lot to do with technology. And as Bex will attest, I'm pretty shit at technology, aren't I, really? Anyway, for me, it's about understanding what's going on so we can most effectively advise, clients with what they need to do. So a few sort of final factoids there for you in terms of, what we're seeing and the requirement for authenticity. I mean, I think that is a theme that we've seen already develop that then is translating. Again, you see that theme of virtual and real world coming together. Things don't change in terms of requirements around things like authenticity, like we see with sustainability as a comparable issue. You've got the same thing here. Yeah. What should we be doing? Number one, we should be actually getting to know what's going on. Yeah. So, Roblox, the Sandbox, Decentraland, Zepeto, and, are all really important players in this space that probably most of us don't really know very much about. Yeah. And in order to start to really take those first steps, familiarization. Yeah. So, understanding what's happening within the where does Bitcoin sit within, the whole crypto space, and what is crypto got, as both forward problems that it's got to address and also players. Ethereum basically is by far the most predominant provider there. And, do we understand that, and what relevance has that got for our client relationships? So a few final sort of really questions that I think we should be considering, basically, because these things are going to become completely vital, I think, for our ability to most effectively, work with our clients. Yeah. So how would your organisation, your client's business model be impacted? Yeah, if the volume of time and the volume of people, the exponential rise of time spent in this space is increasing. Yeah, that demand curve on having to be there, starts to absolutely exponentially go up, which, if you look at technology, has always been the case. Yeah, and we do sit, I think, at that inflection point now. Yeah, what value could your clients create for this community itself? Yeah, and what does that mean? Which community? Is that users, or is that creators? Yeah, or is it both? Yeah, it's all going to depend on what your business is and what you're doing. Yeah, what is an authentic experience within this area? Yeah, what is an authentic experience for your particular customer base? Yeah, because again, that's going to differ. We talk about whether it's music or fashion. People are going to be looking for something quite different. Yeah. Do your clients actually know, what they're looking for? Most of them, the answer will be no, to be honest with you. What are the opportunities to create new channels, to communicate with your customers, that are transcending, as it were, the real world and going into this virtual world, or are in both, obviously. Yeah, and do you have in-house talent that can help you actually do that? Yeah, and some of that's technical, and some of that's more strategic in terms of what does this mean within a whole marketing mix or what have you. Yeah, and how important are young people? Yeah, and how important are they gonna be? Yeah, in 5 years' time, because if it's going to take you 5 years to really get there and to be more expert as a brand, well, you don't need to be thinking about 18-year-olds now if that's your target. You need to be thinking about, probably people that are like my son who's 10, near 11, and that really does change some of the things that you'll want to do in terms of your, outward engagement strategy as a business and a brand. Thank you for listening. Like any good researcher, I put some sources in the back, so I think this will get shared afterwards, so I just put them in so that there's a few useful reference points there as well, hopefully.
Thanks, Nick. Right, as with the previous speaker, questions. One from Jerome, but I can get to the back. I've got a very long cable, so please don't. And at the front here, Jerome, I'm going to go this way.
Great to see the good doctor in action.
Always lovely to see you, Jerome.
My question is, like, you use the word, you use recollection to measure the success of brands in the metaverse. That's probably not the best way to measure the success of it. And
no, it's about measuring perceptions of or awareness of, basically. Yeah.
But how are we going to measure the success of brands, you know, and in a decentralized world, you know, like, is this possible? I mean, we measure the success of websites. Yeah. Is it going to be possible to measure things in the metaverse, and how?
It's definitely possible to measure the, you know, perceptions of the impact of experience that one may or have had or not within the metaverse, because ultimately we're asking questions in a way we would do now about anything else, whether it was advertising experience or what have you. Yeah? I think that it presents huge challenges for research for the future, but we are not yet at a space where you can actually start to engage within that space in a research context, yeah, on the broad scale, you know, quantitative measures. I'm not saying you can't do it at all. That will be required, I think, to actually perfect, you know, measurement within that space. I think where we are now, it's about understanding the relevance and importance of the space and of things within that space for brands as a part of your broader, you know, overall customer, client, prospect engagement strategies. But I think that's going to change, you know, as this grows.
Thanks, Nick. Betty, do you have a question again?
Nick, you just mentioned that it's not quite ready for us researchers potentially to use the metaverse. In your view, how long have we got until researchers, agencies or research departments within brands can potentially use the metaverse for research and consumer insight?
I think where my point is coming from is more the volume of people that are doing things in that space and the volume of brands that have got things that we would want to measure, yeah, and the volume of people that are interacting with them. Yeah. Now, the highest volume is within a gaming space and, you know, things like Roblox, right? But then you get into difficulties there from a research perspective, which are about, you know, how parental permission for interviewing and things like that. So, you know, it's not that it's not ready, it's that there are only certain places, you know, where, and I mean, qualitative like work is going to be obviously very different to what's required for sort of a broader scale quantitative measurement, which is, you know, obviously both of those things have their place, but I think that what I'm predominantly really focused on is the requirement to be able to look at this within the same context as we would look at, you know, customer experience or brand and things like that on a large scale quantitative kind of basis. Yeah, and on that basis, you've got very patchy engagement within, you know, the metaverse space, and it's thematic really, you know, around, you know, you could definitely go and do work around certain gaming titles. Yeah, that wouldn't be a problem, but it's very, very specific.
Hi.
Hiya.
Right now, I guess there are like lot of metaverses, and my question is, how do you see that going? I mean, they will merge into one. There will be one that will shine over the other, or they will keep their differences like they are now? Because this is like where to beat, kind of.
I think we will. Well, number one, it will definitely change because everything does. Yeah. Number two, I think you look at nearly any sort of comparable technology development space, you know, first, second, third wave of digital, what you see is multiple players, consolidation, you know, some bigger players, you know, predominating, but then there's always somebody or some people that are trying to creep up on the outside and do something slightly different. I don't see that the general, sort of that general trend is going to be any different here. But to be honest with you, my expertise is mostly in doing research and understanding people, as opposed to, you know, the absolute, you know, what's going to happen with the actual technical development of the metaverse. I mean, I think somebody better qualified to answer that question than myself.
Vic. Hi, Vic here from IRS. So I'm a fan of...
I have paid my taxes.
I research services. But yeah, I can talk to you about that later, yeah. I'm a big fan of Westworld. Is this a way for us to live forever?
I shan't burst out into song and do a Freddie Mercury impression. I doubt it, because I think you're still going to die, I'm afraid. Sorry to break it to you. You know, I mean, somebody's going to have to be very committed to your continued life within the, you know, within the metaverse to keep that thing going forever, I would have thought. I doubt it. I've never thought about that question, to be honest with you.
Any other questions? Oh, it would be right at the back. Richard, I'll get to you in a second. Oh, pardon me, this is going to trip up. You might have to come to me, I'm afraid.
You mentioned some like eye-catching figures, like the Snoop Dogg 450,000, like 60 billion messages. But I was wondering, especially with like a Snoop Dogg example, that kind of money is obviously can't be paid by the common person. And a lot of those figures, they look big and they're eye-catching, but from a personal point of view, and it's anecdotal, but I don't see or hear too much about metaverse in and around me. Not that that means a lot, but just wanted to get more of an understanding of.
I think they're being bought as investments, basically.
Pardon?
They're being bought as investments. Yeah. So, you know, there aren't many individuals that can spend 450 quid on a house that doesn't really exist, that they're going to live in, that is next to Snoop Dogg, who doesn't really live there. You know, that, you know, that ultimately there are a lot of these massive amounts of money are being paid by financial services businesses. Yeah, and because they're seeing this as, you know, real potential for huge return. Yeah, because they believe in the continuation of this, you know, of the space basically, and its growing importance.
But there was also, you presented the figures about awareness, understanding, and I think I saw that maybe the age groups of 35 to 44 had the highest understanding.
I think the highest understanding is in the lower age groups, to be honest with you.
Which, that's what I was expecting to see. But from just, as to go back to the point about metaverse seemingly being quite niche and even maybe esoteric, how, so even though there is massive potential, how universal and how relevant is it realistically for that?
I guess that's kind of one of the points here, which is that we are, I think, at an inflection point. Yeah, and if you look at sort of technology development curves, when it inflects, it go bananas. Yeah, and I think that's kind of really where we feel we probably are now, or where we're getting to. Yeah, so the end consumer, you know, citizen awareness, and also the pressures that will bring as it exponentially grows. In, you know, this could shoot over a 2-3 year period. Yeah, it could be totally transformed. I could really see that something like that happening. Now, if as a brand you're not even thinking about it, but that has literally gone through the roof, then you've missed a boat. And that's kind of my point, you know, so that the fact that there isn't total awareness, and what there is awareness really around headlines of metaverse, and certain things within it. But, you know, there's a lot of misconceptions, the misremembering that you start to see within this. It's not exactly real. There isn't the detailed level of understanding that as if you went and talked to people about social media and, you know, the differences between Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, la-di-da, But that is what we're expecting to happen, yeah, in terms of the consciousness and understanding, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Richard.
Hi, Nick.
Hello,
Is this
Richard.
really for big brands or for small brands? What are the barriers to entry? Are they high or low?
I think it's definitely for big brands. I think that's one of the things that can see really clearly. And if you look at the investments going in from the likes of, I mean, there's one of the other examples on that that I was looking at earlier is around Tiffany's, for example. Yeah, and there are huge investments going in, say, from Nike and Adidas right now. Yeah, and I think that point around analog digital sort of experience, yeah, and virtual experience, and that being there being mechanisms to extend. Let's say, take Glastonbury, right? You can't get your Glastonbury ticket, right? But there is a potential, rather than just watching it on the iPlayer or something like that in the future, to have an extension of that, so that you've got a virtual world component of it. Now, it's not going to be the same, because you're not going to be covered in mud unless, I guess, you go and sit in your garden and roll around on the floor at the same time. But it's, you really can see how where some of these brands are thinking and what that evolution could probably look like. Yeah, I think that for smaller brands, it depends on what category you're in as to whether it is particularly relevant for you right now or not. Yeah, but I think there is an imperative for all brands to be considering what relevance this has for them or not. Yeah, because the not is still definitely possible.
Nick, obviously as a Roblox guru, should I be taking more interest in my daughter's Roblox and the offers she's getting of financial reward for her selling her properties on Roblox?
So I think yes, because the point around the Wild West, yeah, I think that, one of the, and this is as a parent myself, it's like, you've got no idea what they're really doing when they've got their headset on and they're building some house and some chicken running around or whatever the hell it is that's going on. And, and now with the, lack of, governance, that really still does exist in this space, yeah, I think it is a place where, a duty of care, as it were, as a parent, is you really need to be looking, because there's a lot of innocent nothing happening, but that just creates a space where there's a lot of non-innocent something that could happen. Yeah, I think it's not that it won't all be just scamming, but that is one of the things that'll be there. Definitely lock down the passwords so they can't spend your money without you looking, because you don't want to be finding you living next to Snoop Dogg and you've got a large bill the next morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. I was sat there thinking, I need to let my 8-year-old go back onto Roblox, because in the future he could be making a lot of money and I can retire soon. I hope you've all got some food for thought there. We're going to take a short break now. We've got refreshments in the room next door in the presidential suite. Please do go and network. You've got enough conversation topics there to keep you going. And please come back for 11:30 for our second session. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Please, can I get everyone's attention? It's time for session 2. It's time to get real. So our first presenter in this part of the conference is Dr. Ali Good, who is a cognitive scientist from Gorilla in the Room. And he's going to be talking about how XR can be applied to consumer research today and the implications of it becoming a new media channel and how it can inform consumer behavior. So can Dr. Ali Good please come to the stage?
Hello, everybody. Yes, so I am a cognitive scientist. That means I'm a psychology, basically. I'm really going to talk about something a little bit different to these sessions this morning. Very good sessions this morning about the metaverse. As I developed the talk, it sort of turned away from kind of getting excited about something to sort of actually let's get real. As I say, I'm a cognitive scientist. My passion has been the fact that people don't always tell you. If you ask people a question, they'll give you an answer, but that answer doesn't always reflect their behaviour. And I've been working over the last 20 years in research and 10 years before that as an academic to sort of work on trying to solve that. So 20 years ago, I was doing reaction time, millisecond reaction time stuff and implicit testing. I think I was the first person to do that. And then I discovered the world of XR, and it was like, hold on a second. This is great, we can do some stuff with this. So when you talk about the metaverses, Carl and Nick talked earlier, it's this beautiful place with beautiful people, with beautiful headsets, looking at beautiful things, being beautiful. There's lots of great stuff there, and I think that I echo what the guy said earlier. I think it's going to be a very exciting and very interesting place. But here's my but. And the thing is, I'm going to separate the metaverse from the metaverse technology. So we know about, we talked about Web3, Carl talked about Web3 and augmented reality, and he gave the definitions for me, which is really handy. Thank you, Carl. So it's talking about that technology, and really the question is, we're a research sector. What is it that we can do with this stuff? Is really what I'm going to be talking about. So when I start talking to people about research and the metaverse, they often kind of start defaulting to, hey, headsets. Wow, great! We can put headsets on, and we can do what we do now. We can run focus groups. We can run interviews. It's going to be great. And that top picture is a picture of me running a focus group in a virtual setting with very blocky avatars. It's actually really fascinating because this was just head and hand tracking. So you only saw somebody moving these kind of 3 blobs, but it was almost like how can you sort of titrate the human condition down to 3 movements so you still get a sense of humanity, as I really did when I was talking to these people. I think one was in Kentucky, one was in Toronto, one was in Saudi Arabia at the time. So, shows the possibilities. And I think with, kind of Meta's new Pro, you've got the face tracking, so you can do that even more. You can see the facial reactions. It will literally be like talking to people face to face, which is amazing. So that's a possibility. But this is all in the future. And I think a lot of what Carl and Nick said, it's a lot of speculation is going on at the moment, but I kind of really care about what we can do now with this technology. How can we take this technology and start to use it to the benefit of our clients and solve some of the problems that they've always had? So, as I say, I'm a psychologist, so I have various views on things, so I thought I'd share them today. And applying XR to consumer research, I think there are some important considerations. Number one, what technology is out there that we can use? There's a lot of tech out there. How can we apply it? The second is the psychology associated with XR. I think that's important. Of course, I'm a psychologist, but I think that's important because it indicates and gives us a good steer on where we can possibly start using this technology most advantageously. I'm going to be go off a little tangential about how does XR fit into people's lives. I think there was a question earlier about, how does XR, how does the metaverse solve a problem I have now? I think that's an interesting question. And my latest kind of passion is the kind of what new data we can capture and how we can use that data for the benefit of clients. So what technology is available? Okay, so we've talked a lot about Metaverse. Metaverse is kind of usually accessed through kind of headsets, and there's 70 million of them out in the world. there's 6.64 billion smartphones. Maybe between 1 and 2 billion support something like AR or VR. So, what are people going to use now? And also working in a tech hub, I know that people get these headsets. They tend to be gamers. They tend to be young people. They tend to use them for a bit. They tend to play Beat Saber. If you want to play Beat Saber, it's fantastic. I recommend it. And then they go back to the PS4. And to prove this point, or to try to emphasize this point, Snap gets 200 million augmented reality impressions every day. That's nearly 3 times more than the number of headsets in the world. And that's just people playing about, giving themselves bunny ears and bunny teeth and whatever as the kind of lenses. But, it's still an AR interaction. That's what people are using. So that's the kind of first clue where we can start using this technology now. The second is the psychology associated with XR. I think, as Carl and Nick said earlier, there's a lot of people doing a lot of things, and I think Carl's work is amazing. He's got some amazing stuff. It's really brilliant, but one of our clients, a lot of the big companies are setting up XR departments. One of our clients went to the XR conference recently in San Diego. Nearly all enterprise, and mostly in education. There wasn't really that much else actually going on now, and I think one of the problems is there's a human being in there. What is that human being's experience? I think there's a lot of tech happening that's doing some amazing stuff, but there's a human brain at the end of it absorbing and being affected by it. And I think that's what we need to consider. And one of the key things that XR does, or VR and AR do, is create a sense of presence, or telepresence if you want to call it that. Basically that means it makes you feel like the second reality that you see is the one that you're in. You may feel like it's the one, we all have sort of dual realities, like if you're reading a book or looking at the TV, there's the reality of seeing the media and the reality of there's dual reality here. There's a reality of you sitting people around next to people sort of, writing and hopefully listening, and there's me telling you a story. We all live in these two realities. It's just with VR and XR, the second reality is by far more compelling than anything else. One of the first, it's just the place illusion. Does the thing look real? Plausibility illusion. Is everything reacting in the way it should do? With VR, you've got the body ownership illusion, where your body takes on the kind of the sense of the avatar takes in, and you feel embodiment with that. And interoception, which is an idea I put up there because it's my old mate Anil Seth, who's a professor at Sussex, and he's come up with that. It's basically if you're in an emotional state and then your body has that responds to that emotional state, and that's what's happening there. You feel like you're present. Anyway, a lot of this was talked about in terms of VR. One of the first things I did was look at it with augmented reality. It's a piece of blue sky research with Ipsos, and we found that augmented reality, literally just doing the kind of thing that you would do in a online survey. We had a picture of a tin of beans, and we used an augmented reality creation of a tin of beans. And then I adapted the Slater also Steed questionnaire for presence and showed that more or less you can get up to 4 times the amount of presence for a product in using augmented reality. And that's probably conservative because it was done very much in isolation and very much out of context. So why is that important? Why is this idea of presence important? Well, I try and explain it to people saying that we can do research in 3 places. And when we do research, we're always doing research in one of 3 places. We're doing research in the past. We ask people what's happened to you previously, and they tell us. And I did my PhD in consciousness and memory and stuff, and they report back, and some of that stuff can be accurate, but it's more a sort of a summary, a representation of what it is, a kind of a schematic representation rather than actual sort of a recording of the real event. So it can be accurate, but it can be slightly off sometimes. Or we can do research in the future. We can show people something, give them a concept, give them an idea, and ask them to take a mental leap into some point in the future where this thing exists, and then imagine how they're going to react to it. And we're crap at that. The brain is not very good at doing that at all. It's really bad. We're just designed not to be able to do that. And that's one of the key jobs as researchers that we have to do for companies. For businesses need to come up with new things, come up with new ideas and get them tested. So we're forever trying to get people to take this kind of journey into the future to understand something, and we're just not very good at doing that. And that's because behavioral economics fans will know that basically the brain is designed to work in the now. The brain, all this System 2, System 1. System 1 is effectively a whole bunch of processes that absorb information that are coming from all different sources. It kind of churns through it really quickly and then chucks out an intuitive sensation on what we should be doing next. In effect, the brain is just one great big what happens next predictor. As we were evolving, it's like, if I grab that branch, is it going to break? If I tread on that, is it going to go schluff? If I see that animal, is it going to chase me? Am I going to chase it? It's just this what happens next, and that's the whole point about trying to, of the System 1, is just be this next predictor. So you can see where I'm going with this, is that XR is a perfect way to try and get people, rather than trying to imagine what the future's like, to get people into the present, because quite frankly, sorry about the quality of the next video, but no matter how much you try and simulate something and how much you try and make something sort of feel like it's real, reality will always win. No one knows what happened to the rabbit. So I personally believe that extended reality is the research tool that behavioral economics has been crying out for. I think you can think a lot about sort of, there's a whole history of doing implicit testing, but I think the ability to stop people going into the future and create a futuristic thing for them now is really important, and actually one of the key superpowers of extended reality for the research sector. As a slight tangent, how does XR fit into people's lives? There's a question here earlier saying, what does the metaverse do for me now? And what's in it for people? That's the big question we have to think about if we're going to start applying this technology, particularly for businesses. What's in it for them? To tell a story, Carl talked earlier about the fashion. I think we did discuss this, about potential use. And actually, one of my respondents a little while ago I was talking about digital fashion to them and saying, you can go into the metaverse and you can put on a nice, have an avatar, put on a nice, designer thing. And she was like, meh. So what? And then literally the conversation, listen to her, talk herself into it by going, hold on a second. So there's this place. It was actually kind of a Decentraland type place, so it was Web3. And she said, but I can go into this place and I can create an avatar that looks like me, and then I can dress myself in these clothes before I buy them so I can see how well I look, how good I look. Oh God, that's great. So I don't have to buy this stuff. I can just try it on, and then I can buy it in the real world. Oh, brilliant. And it's like, she had no concept, no interest at all in the reality of now of what's going on in the metaverse. But as soon as he said, it'll make you look good in the real world, she was interested. So I think it's trying to find those kind of hooks that people will engage with that is going to be the real success of where this technology and where the metaverse will go. And also the final consideration is, ultimately, as a research sector, we serve brands who need to do stuff. So what can we do with this technology? And this is what we know. We've come up with various solutions. It's not the totality of the solutions, but I'll show you some in a minute. But what's in it for the brands that we work with? Why should they care about this technology? And more or less, if you ask brands, they want one of two things. Is it faster? Is it cheaper? That's the key. Slight humble brag, we're working with a client at the moment who's taken some of our tech, not what I'm talking about today, and they're thinking about scaling it because it works out as 10 times faster and 24 times cheaper. At the end of the day, the people with the budgets, the financial directors, they'll listen to that. They won't listen to, oh, it's a great experience. Oh, people feel lovely. Oh, look at the technology, it's great. That's all speculation. Oh, you're going to save me money and make me more agile. Oh yeah, I'll have that, please. I think that's the kind of thing we also have to think about as a research sector in applying it. And as I say, when we start applying this stuff, this is our solution. It's not the totality of the solution. It's just something that is sort of some examples that we've done. So making augmented reality packs and products is something that we do, and we apply that. Few little tips. It's kind of, the key to it is making it look real, making it look realistic. getting the lighting right, getting the rendering right, getting the things happening in the right order. It's actually quite, the democratization of the technology to do this is remarkable now. This was mind-blowing kind of 5 years ago, and now it's kind of like, there's a lot of people out there who can do this stuff. And I think that's one of the great things about this new tech, is there's a lot of stuff out there that we can use to really help people. What we do is we put it into, oh hello, that's very interesting. There's supposed to be a little block in there, never mind. We put it into mobile surveys. So you can have the mobile survey as it is, you can link to an AR experience, and then you can come out and have the mobile survey at the end. So again, it's linking into the kind of systems that we have at the moment. So it's very straightforward to do that. And you may have noticed I had 3 points. I was missing the fourth point. The fourth point comes now, is what kind of data can we capture? What new kinds of data? And one of the things I've started getting very passionate about is the ability to sort of capture how people interact with these experiences. And you can use, it was slightly off there, but you get the idea. You can use, as I noticed people were looking at these kind of augmented reality things, you can see them going, oh, look at that. Oh, wow, and look around that. And you can start to capture those data. And we've done a lot of work in sort of the algorithms to interpret what all that means. So again, that's a new kind of data source that we can find. So I sadly couldn't get a live example of this, but say, for example, something that we do with pack research. With this kind of data, you can say, okay, well, what are going to people look at? What are people looking at? Big question: do they read the back of the pack? Well, it's a three-dimensional object. They can do everything they want with it. We can look. That's always a big question in pack research. Do they understand how the pack works? If it's going to have a new opening mechanism, is that going to help people? Is that going to help people? Is that going to disrupt the experience? And we get a lot of stuff in about recyclable. Obviously people want to change to recyclable packaging, and they're changing the formats and kind of the way it feels. And the attention economy is a big thing at the moment. I'm embroiled in another debate in another bit of the world about that. But you can record all these data, and you can use it to create heat maps. Are people finding things easily? Where's the hierarchy of information? Literally, if you use an AR object, it's like people have a pack in their hand and they're sort of playing with it and looking around it and saying, okay, what can I do? Where's the information that I need? What elements contribute to pack communication? How does which functions work best? Are people getting it? Are they kind of opening and closing it correctly? That kind of stuff. So that's one thing you can do with augmented reality. With virtual reality, you can do the same thing, again, mobile-based. You can do this one of two ways. You can do it using an AR magic window, where literally you can hold your thing up and you look around a sort of, basically inside of a sphere, and you can see what's going on. Or you can use Google Cardboard, which literally is a little box like that people can put a mobile phone in, and then it's got lenses in, and you can use it and turns your mobile phone into a VR viewer. And again, you can record all the data, so you can record the information. And this is kind of one of the digital assets that we get. Again, tips on making good things look real and like this. Hopefully you can see there's dirt on the floor. There's a car park outside. Everything's messy. It's the real world. It's not. I know a lot of the kind of simulations of supermarkets have kind of pictures rather than. But you've got three-dimensional. You've got depth, and it's you suddenly put this on and you're going, I'm in a supermarket. Bloody hell. And again, you can record where people are looking, but you can take people on a journey. And I mean, the key tip I'd say is if you're going to create something, just make it messy. Just make it look like 1,000 consumers have been there before, because that's the real world of how you interact. So, real case history. We did this with Mondelez a couple of years ago. They wanted to check whether there were 3 different kinds of planograms that were going to work for them. They sort of asked if we could, we created them, and then we put them through, I think it was with Google Cardboard, asked people to sort of just track, and we tracked where their kind of head direction was, and from that we were able to work out sort of broadly where they were sort of paying attention to-ish. That's a broad term. We could mark different areas, like in areas of interest, and then create a heat map of where people were paying attention to. And the outcome was that one of the configurations worked a lot better than the other 2. It was implemented mainly because we could work out people were scanning a lot on the other 2 and not on the first one. It was implemented, and they saw an uplift in return on investment, which was nice to have. Also wanted to talk a little bit about XR as a media channel. Presented at this MRS conference last year. It was a project with Yahoo and our research partners on that, which are on device. Pringles had their Frank Zombie campaign, and they had this kind of hand coming out of a Pringles can pointing and doing stuff. I mean, just to say, with increases in exposure to XR, I mean, this is just brand shifts go off the scale with augmented reality. That it does a lot of good stuff. There's people who just come across this thing and do it. And this is not this is on devices data, not our own. It's just lots of good things happen with augmented reality. But the interesting thing was when we started to track the device movement and how people were interacting with it. We've been able to interpret kind of, it's millions of data points. So we've got the kind of algorithms that interpret this, and we've come up with measures of interest, engagement, and exploration. Interest, how motivated are people going to stick with it? Engagement, how involved with the experience they are? And exploration, literally how much of it do they look at? The great thing was, in this case, when you looked at interest and exploration, when interest and exploration were high, you got bigger shifts in brand attitude. So again, I'm not going to start claiming that behavioral data capture is going to predict attitude, but it did go in that direction in this case. And I think it's worth mentioning as well, I think we had a comment earlier about using the Metaverse. I mean, particularly when you're looking at something like virtual reality as a media channel. I put this slide in simply because I think it's fascinating that it's going to be a completely different way of kind of brand communication. I mean, totally different. This idea that you should come up with a brand truth, tell a person that brand truth, and then learn about it and then go off and act on it just doesn't work. More or less, you have kind of two kinds of memory. You've got semantic memory and episodic memory. Semantic memory is knowing stuff. Episodic memory is remembering an episode of something that happened in your life. And that's what you get when you have a virtual experience. So it's a completely different way. We're going to have to rethink planning and rethink executions. I think it's going to be a great challenge for the research industry and for the creative industry. So I think we have to take the current technology seriously. Yahoo did a piece of research at the end of 2020. 64% of adults are excited about it, 77% of 18 to 24s, but most importantly, 63% of the young ones expected XR to be part of their retail experience, and that's almost exclusively augmented reality. So it's happening. So, whereas I think the Metaverse is brilliant, and I think it's going to have a great future, and there's a lot of speculation going into it now. It's fantastic, but we have to accept the reality that Meta has just lost £9.4 billion on it, and they laid off 11,000 people across the business. But what we can do now is, the future's going to be amazing. It's going to be fascinating. But there's technology that we can use now, and that's what we've been trying to do. And if you understand the psychological impact of how that technology works, I think you're going to get some, kind of good answers. I think there will be new measures. We've got some. There'll probably going to be more that we're going to find as we go along. And don't wait for the Metaverse. There's some bloody cool tech you can use now, and you can do it. And there's not only a good kind of intellectual reason, there's a good commercial reason for using it as well. Thank you very much.
I'm sure there's tons of questions. And if there's not any in the room, those watching the live stream, you can put your questions in the chat and it'll be read out in the room. One at the front here, and I think there's one at the back there.
Hi, great talk, thanks very much. Taking this organisation back to its roots, which in the dark days used to be all about data, when you're looking at these interactions in augmented realities you were showing on the mobile phones, isn't there a challenge with the sheer volume of data and how you analyse it and the techniques you use?
Yes. Is the simple answer, yeah. It's taken a lot of development to be able to capture the data in a way that is both feasible and interpretable. Thankfully, the onset of kind of fast broadband 5G has been a great help. So yes, there's a ton of data in there.
I got a question over here.
Hi, thanks very much for this, very interesting. I work a lot with emerging technology, interpreting and implementing it for market research. And the most frequent pushback I get from both stakeholders and clients when talking about things like AI and VR is comparison to video. Do you have anything to kind of say around that? Any kind of research you've done with that comparison to be able to argue for?
So that they're suggesting that using video
to show STEAMs,
is the same. Okay. Well, the answer there is that it's now if I get my art theory right, there's the active spectator theory, which is the way I describe it, which is that if you're involved in something, because when you use augmented reality, the person who's viewing is an active agent in the actual viewing experience, whereas video is passive. You can sit back and not do anything. You have to be actively moving a device around, doing something, interacting with it, which means it's a much more realistic experience. It's a much more relevant experience, and also I'd go back to the point about presence. Augmented reality creates a sense of presence. I didn't show it today, but I've got a video of one of our respondents looking at a Coke can and then going, oh yeah, and then going, where did it go? Because people get confused and people can believe that the thing in front of them through this little window does exist. And that's the key benefit, is they say the first thing I did was work out that augmented reality creates presence. And that's vital in being able to make things that don't exist now. So that's the difference. The key difference is stuff exists in the now. And if you want me to talk to your clients, I'll explain that to them in great depth.
We have a question at the back here.
My question is actually really similar, but on the other side of the scale. Have you done any research on the research around how this could introduce bias? And so how alike to a real world situation is it? And how can we interpret that and evaluate that as researchers?
When you say bias, how do you mean?
So, because it is an AR experience, what is the bias that is introduced? So what is the factor that I am taking into account of it being AR rather than a real life experience? Is it indistinguishable?
Oh, sorry, AR is not as good as real life.
Yeah.
Real life is the most compelling thing. But if you, as I say, if you want to try and create something that's real, that can be very expensive. Whereas if you create something in augmented reality, the cost of it decreases dramatically. And I think that's the difference. I mean, I mean, we've never done it with the automotive sector, but I know they spend hundreds of thousands of pounds on bloody great big models of cars, and they want to look at the designs. Do it in VR.
Sorry. Have you ever done tests comparing real life and AR? So doing a control to see how the results vary?
Yes, we have, and I think it was with. Hold on a second. It was with augmented reality, and as expected. In fact, one with augmented reality, one with virtual reality. The augmented reality, again, not as good as real life, but better than showing a picture, which is what we'd expect. It's somewhere in between. With virtual reality, actually worked with the Royal Shakespeare Company on that one, and showed that, I think it was top of mind. I think it was something like there was 80% of people felt a sense of presence compared to watching a video, which was around about sort of 30-40%. So, we took a 360 camera into the Royal Shakespeare Theatre, recorded Titus Andronicus, dreadful play, and got people to watch it. And then some people watched it in VR, some people watched it in the theatre. And I think it was something like, it was almost 93% of people said they felt like they were in the theatre at some point. As anecdotally, there were kind of people who, the biggest complaint was people couldn't, they looked down to try and find the programme and suddenly realised they had a headset on. And there was one guy who sort of kicked his shoes off and suddenly went, oh my God, and because he couldn't see his feet. It just tricks the brain into thinking that you're there.
We have one final question from the live stream.
Yeah, so this question's from Elena, who's watching remotely. She says, thank you for a great presentation. Can you please share more details on how exactly you operationalized / measured interest such that it is distinct from exploration? I hope you understand that question.
I
but
do.
can't ask Elaine.
Thank you very much for the question, and I will take the Fifth Amendment on that one because that's intellectual property. But essentially, it is looking at the data set that we collect, and there are various things that you can measure, and it's looking at different combinations of those metrics. And we've scaled that against lots of different other metrics. So we've compared it and done all the hard testing on it. So sorry, I can't tell you, but we are VC backed, and if I started giving out our intellectual property, I would actually get shot. Is that buy or got a question?
Can I ask a question?
Of course you can,
please?
yes.
That wasn't my question. I'm sitting here speculating. So as we become more used to using augmented reality, being more involved in the metaverse, I mean, I've just sat here and I was taken aback with the fact that my children use Snapchat. I use Snapchat with them, and I'm in that space of the metaverse. But where we're using all of this for marketing purposes or whatever purposes, like, going to IKEA, buying products for our house, do you think there will be an impact on society in the long run? So at the moment, conditions like dementia are on the rise, whatever the reasons for that may be. But do you think this could lead to a sense of confusion? Like you do hear in the news sometimes, a child's gone out and killed his mum with a knife because he thought he was in a game. Just putting that out there. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't think so with augmented reality. I think there's a positive side to it as well. I used to work with people with closed head injury and with dementia clients back in my academic days. So there is some, I actually do know, and I just haven't got around to doing it yet, but I do know how to make an augmented reality app that will predict dementia. That's another story. In terms of virtual reality, I think it's something different. I don't think it is necessarily true in this country, but certainly I can imagine that if you were in a shoot-'em-up game and there was a trigger and something happened, you do tend to respond intuitively. And I think that I could imagine if there was lots of VR shoot-'em-up gaming in America, that the shooting rate would go up because people would be more ready to pull the trigger. I can imagine that happening as a specific. But that does happen. I mean, it happened a couple of years ago. There was a case where the policeman was very severely injured because they were role-playing with blanks, and somebody pulled a gun and went blank automatically. So I think we do it anyway, and I can see that happening in certain circumstances. With augmented reality, I find that a little bit hard because essentially, it's if you've got a thing that's there, it's I can't really see it. It's hard to say. Maybe that's more of a question when virtual reality glasses come out. I mean, I'm with Carl. I think the game changer is going to be when the Apple glasses come out, but we've been waiting for them for about 3 years now. So when they arrive, it'll be great, but that will be a different thing. So yeah. But again, there's always, for each one of those kind of applications, there's always going to be a positive application. So you could imagine somebody with dementia having with glasses on, with cues telling them what to do next, because they have problems with their patterns of what they do. They get stuck in patterns of like making a cup of tea. They keep doing the same thing over and over again. Whereas you could have a thing that would say, make a cup of tea, okay, now get the tea bag, now get the water, now get the whatever. And I think that's where it could be good as well. So, yes, there are problems, but there are equally a number of good things too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, that's definitely got my mind going, and my question bubbles all over the place, so I might catch you at lunch for a few more questions if you don't mind. So the next part of our session, we are moving on to speaking with Daniel Coomson and Asim Badsha from Question Pro, who will be talking about surveys in the metaverse. So we actually are really getting real here now. And the results, and they're going to be talking about the results of a cross-sectional study they've conducted in the UK, exploring the awareness of the metaverse, willingness to participate in surveys, and much more. So I would like to welcome you both on stage.
All right, thanks for having us. Lots of fun topics here today. lots of money being spent in the metaverse, lots of hype, lots of headlines. And what we do at Question Pro is surveys. So we decided to run a survey and see what's actually going on in the metaverse and try to tie that back to real research. And I think we're kind of taking a little bit of a quant lens here and saying, okay, can we run quant in the metaverse? Can we do surveys in the metaverse? And we'll see what the data kind of tells us and some of the bridges to maybe get there along the way as this thing evolves. So again, my name is Asim. I'm the managing director for Question Pro UK. We do survey software. You'll kind of see how we ran the survey at an in-depth level. We've seen some of this data already today, and it kind of compares and validates the data that we saw, so that's good to see. And as a kind of an agenda, we'll start with study objectives. We'll talk, I think, a lot about adoption, right? Really, who's in the metaverse today? What are the types of research that you can actually run in the metaverse today? Talk about some of the risks, and then really a roadmap. Where are we going, and how are we going to get there? So let's jump into the study objectives first, and I'll pass it on to Daniel.
Great, thank you, Asim. So as we have already heard, there's a lot of studies already going on, and Ipsos, YouGov, Statista, there's a lot of statistics around it. There's a lot of studies that have been done already around this, people exploring. And there are 4 key themes, really, like Asim has already mentioned. Awareness today, adoption today, and in the future, user experiences today and in the future, and the big issue around identity and how that links to trust and how we can trust our data. If the data is not good, if it's not real, then we might as well not be there at all. So we just did a short survey, straightforward, quite targeted, a bit different from what others have done, just looking at people that have already been there. So kind of screening out all the people that have no idea, have not been there, and then looking at the people that have been there and what their experiences are like. So it's a bit more focused approach. So we just took an example of 800 people, tried to split it male, female, did a bit of data quality screening there around gibberish and things like that, asking people instead to give us their user experiences, what they are doing in there, and what they would like to do in the future, what they would like to spend their money on. So some of the presentations that I've gone ahead, I've spoken, I touched on that already. An interesting thing here to note just before I move on is the percentage of smartphones that got involved in this study. So that just confirms that principle of, mobile first. Here when we are doing surveys, a lot of people are using mobile phones now. So it's always important to make sure that our surveys are mobile friendly and the user experience there is great. Okay, so let's jump into it. Adoption. So I like the fact that the theme of the conference is a reality check. And I think when we talk of reality, it's whose reality, right? And is reality relative? So I think there was one of the presentations, I think, mentioned that when they measured awareness, about 1 in 2 people, and that was great. So kind of a bit similar, but we think maybe not as great as we would have expected it to be. So the general awareness is not as widespread as we would have expected it to be, considering the buzz around it. So, it depends on where you look at it. For me, in my generation and how I see, I expected much more people to be aware of it than it is there. So that is the reality that we have here. And then the second thing is around adoption. So if we just do a quick poll here, how many of us have been in the metaverse? Yeah, okay, so about a third of us, right? And so we screened out everyone that said they have no idea what the metaverse is, and went ahead with people that know what it is and asked them whether they've been in there before, and then took them ahead. And just 17% of people, of the general population in the UK have actually, been in the metaverse before. And that is not, again, what I would have expected something a little bit higher than that. And again, I think it also depends on what people actually think the metaverse is, because most people are not really sure what the definition is: AR, VR, mixed reality, and whatever term you choose to call it. And again, we also think that there are, I think it was Richard that spoke about or asked the question around barriers. And we do think there are, the barriers are quite high. So during the break, I was having a discussion with someone who was asking me about whether, like, I think someone asked about whether it's for big brands, and I think it does seem to be the case. My answer to that was, I don't think the barrier is about the cost. I think the key barrier is about risk appetite and how curious organizations are, right? So we have Mark Zuckerberg now putting all his eggs in this one basket, and because he really believes in it, right? So I think that is what it is. But first, we've got to deal with the problem of awareness in the first place, and adoption, and what risks people are willing to take, and of course the cost. I mean, the Meta's Google now costs, I think, $1,500 or so. So how many people can actually afford that? So we do have some, high barriers there to adoption. So just before I hand back to Wasim to take us a bit deeply into the specifics of who is there, what are their sex, what are their age ranges, and what are they doing there in general. So for all the people that entered or attempted our survey, just about 10%. So we can safely say that just about 10% of the general population have actually been in the metaverse before. So who are these people? What are they doing? And how can we leverage that as researchers? I'll hand back to Wasim.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's good to see kind of in the room, right? About 30% of people, 25% of people raised their hands saying that they were in the metaverse. I think what we found was that it's actually a lot less, about 1 in 10. And obviously this room is going to be a little bit biased. Maybe we're a little bit more in terms of, technology adopters. But I think this is the major challenge that we have to face as researchers today, right? Is that there's actually just not that many people who have even been in the metaverse that can take part of these studies if we are going to be running them in the metaverse. So I think with that number, it kind of rules out, real quant, nationally representative studies in the metaverse. Obviously, you can't do that with 10% of the people in the metaverse. But we can start to look at different groups and kind of who is actually in the metaverse as part of these 10%. And that might guide us a little bit to what are the studies that we can run in the metaverse, or who should we be running them with if we are going to be doing studies in the metaverse. So we've seen some of this data before, and I think it kind of validates some of the presentations that have been ahead of this, is that, when you look at who's been in the metaverse across gender and age, well, no surprises there. We kind of lean towards people who identify themselves as male, and we lean towards younger age groups. And so this is where you can now start to use this as a researcher to kind of identify where could your studies potentially be. If your audiences are younger males, then maybe you can actually start to do some research in the metaverse today. If it's not, then you may have to wait, and you may just not find enough people there to actually do these studies. Obviously, we've kind of said, listen, NatRep is out, real quant might be out at this point, but we've seen some of these types of studies that you can do from a qualitative perspective. And so if your audience is there, younger males, they've got devices already, that's where it might make sense to invest in some of these qualitative studies today, to really kind of get experiential, to have people feel spaces, be in spaces, interact with the things that you develop in the metaverse. But I think as researchers, we have to look at it through this lens. Who's actually there to do the research in the first place? So this is kind of the current state. Let's talk about where it's going, right? We've kind of heard that question. Okay, we're not ready today. When are we going to be ready? When are there going to be enough people in the metaverse for us to actually run studies across different groups, different demographics? So we kind of just asked the question, right? And we decided to kind of compare it to social media and asked, considering the amount of time that you spend on social media, how many years do you expect before you're kind of spending that same amount of time in the metaverse, if at all? And what you'd see here is that about 50% of the respondents actually predict that they're going to be spending as much time in the metaverse as they do on social media within 5 years. So 2027 kind of becomes this first target where, okay, maybe we're getting to 50%. Maybe we're starting to get to some level of critical adoption. And this now increases to 58% by 2032. So we continue to push that out 10 years, and we're getting to around 60%. Now, one thing to note is that this is a lot lower than some of the other numbers that are out there, right? As we kind of look at this, all the headlines about the metaverse and a bit of the echo chamber that's out there, people are reporting that, hey, 74% are going to be in the metaverse by 2022 or even 5-10 years out. And what we're seeing is that that's just not the case. It's going to take more time. It's going to go a little bit slower than maybe the hype cycle is telling us today. So as researchers, and we want to be running research in the metaverse, maybe wait a few years, you're going to get a little bit more critical adoption. But we are seeing that pretty big bar there at the bottom. 28% are just saying never going to be in the metaverse, right? Those groups, they're not going to take part in a study, they're not going to be there. So let's kind of zoom in on who that group is. What do they actually look like? And again, no surprises there. You'll see the percentage of people that say never obviously skews up as we get older, but very interestingly, actually with females, kind of even younger groups are saying they're never going to be in the metaverse. So again, you are looking at some big age gaps and gender gaps to think about as you invest in research in the metaverse and think about what those studies might look like going forward. Now, one positive thing here, as researchers, we typically do reward our participants to take part in research studies. And so we asked the question, how comfortable would you be taking a study if you were paid and rewarded to do it in the metaverse? And this is the good news, right? People are like, yes, we're very comfortable. Pay me and I will do a study in the metaverse. Only 4% actually said that they would be uncomfortable doing it. So this is good news, especially for those qualitative studies where, it needs to be very experiential. You might have a bigger budget to get the right people in. Okay, people are willing to do it. They're willing to learn. But you as the researcher have to take that burden on, right? These people don't necessarily have the devices. Are you going to ship them that device? Maybe there's a hybrid where we can use some of the Google Cardboard, but you're going to have to teach people. You're going to have to think about that bias that maybe they don't truly know exactly how this space works and what they're doing in there. So some positives here for sure, right? That, hey, we can pay people and people are willing to do research in the metaverse, but they may not be there today, and you may be spending a lot of time getting them the right equipment and ramping them up. So we've talked about 1 in 10 are there today. We've talked about kind of where it's going, that people can do research. So the question is kind of what is the type of research, right? We've talked about qualitative kind of being the thing that makes sense in the metaverse today. So we kind of asked people, what are the types of activities that you actually engage in the metaverse? Gaming, no surprises there, right? Playing with things, interacting with things, touching, feeling, moving. Those are the types of qualitative studies that make a lot of sense. Now you'll also see some other pieces here, friends, Facebook, communicating, exploring. That's kind of another aspect of, I think, qualitative studies in the metaverse. Can you run just focus groups in the metaverse? Does it make it more interactive to sit around a virtual table, see the emotions on people's faces virtually, to have those conversations, go in depth and do a virtual focus group? I think that definitely can apply in the metaverse as well. There's some risks there. Daniel will talk about that in a second, but I think these are kind of the two big categories of the types of experiences and qualitative research that you could be doing in the metaverse. The other question is, who are the companies that should be doing this research in the metaverse? So we kind of asked, what are the kinds of product services you'd want to be able to buy in the metaverse? And this again aligns with a lot of the spaces and brands and companies that we've been talking about all morning. Retail companies, right? Packaging design, where you really want to see, touch, feel. Fashion, where you want to wear the virtual clothing before you actually develop it, get people's opinions on it. Automotive, we've talked about. Tourism, taking people into virtual spaces. These are all of the types of things that I think really apply to research in the metaverse today, as long as that audience is there with the devices ready to go. Again, some groups might be today that you can do it. Other groups might be a little bit of time, and you can speed it up by paying for it and shipping those devices to people. So that's kind of the current state. there are some risks, and Daniel, our research manager, is always thinking about fraud in surveys and research in general. So we'll talk a little bit about what that might look like in the metaverse as well.
Okay, so yeah, I like this one. It's an important one for me. So we kind of asked two main questions around this one very quickly. Whether people use their real names when they go into the metaverse. We are using these as, proxies, and whether their visual representation of themselves in the real world is the same in the metaverse. We've had, we've done some focus groups, online focus groups, where people came in from where we're expecting them to be, and this caused some issues. So this is an important one, and some surprise there actually. So interestingly, just about 11% said sometimes. So that is good, and I think I saw a study from some two ladies from, I think, Disney, that researched and found that actually much more young people, actually the age of the people, the age group that is actually in there active, they're 18 to 35, they actually want to use their real names and their real identity, which is good news actually for us. But then we still have that 11% and that 9% on the visual side that introduces some level of caution that we should have. So I think as researchers, we need to think about how sensitive, if we're going to do surveys in the metaverse, how sensitive a study is to identity fraud. And I do think that we to respond to that, we need some new methods of analysis. And I was really glad to see what the presenter that just before us spoke about, this new kind of methodology for analyzing data. I also think that if we're going to analyze such data and avoid that risk of fraud, then perhaps we need to look at maybe some methodologies that are not so common in market research now, like exploratory factor analysis and things like that, that are not so mainstream in those are not, they're agnostic to identity, right? They are because there's a real person taking the survey, right? So we can use some other form of identification of them, and then our study will still be valid. So two things here: there is self-identification in the metaverse, maybe sometimes inconsistent or real, and we need to bear that in mind. And number two, we need to consider how sensitive a study will be to identity fraud. And three, maybe leveraging some methods of analysis that are not so dependent on real life identity, looking more into the core self. Okay, I'll hand back to Asim.
So Snoop Dogg showed up for your research, your focus group on the metaverse, and you've got a 50% chance that it may not be Snoop Dogg. Right? I think this is the challenge, right? I mean, with deep fakes and everything else, 61%. So yeah, they want to use the right, visual representation of themselves, but that does mean that 40% you have no idea who you're getting in that group. May not matter, right? If it's a true experiential study and all you care about is how is somebody interacting with the product. But I think as researchers, we do care, right? Is it, what age group are they in? What location are they in? What gender are they? And obviously in the survey world, we do all sorts of things to try to fight that. I think that's the next conference that ASC is going to have, right? Fraud detection. How do you do that? And I think maybe we haven't figured that out completely in the metaverse. Are you getting the right people? Are they actually who they say they are? So one thing to think about as we kind of go on this roadmap to the metaverse, this adoption curve, right? We kind of looked at the data 5-10 years out. Well, there's also some things that we can be doing today that kind of combats the identity risk fraud and also creates really engaging experiences for people. Sometimes it might feel a little basic today, but it's video, right? If you kind of rewind 2 years ago, before COVID and the pandemic, people weren't used to getting on video chats or doing a quick FaceTime or doing as much on video. Now people are used to it. I think as researchers, we may not be taking advantage of that enough, right? And that's a really, really good way as kind of a half step. Everybody's got it on their phone, right? We saw the numbers at the beginning. Most people are taking these surveys on their phones, right? We're talking about augmented reality happening through the phone instead of waiting for somebody to actually get a device and put it on their face. So this is a lot of what we're thinking about at Question Pro as kind of that next step before we get to the metaverse is just how do you integrate more video, right? How do you put that in a survey where they just click on the button and boom, they can record a 15 seconds of themselves talking, engaging with you, or doing a virtual focus group on Zoom, interacting with things within the context of their mobile phone. I do think that's the first step that a lot of researchers can be thinking about today, and can have a lot of the advantages of that interactivity that you get in the metaverse. For me personally, it's like, does it make sense to do a focus group in the metaverse versus doing it in video where you can actually see the real person on the other end? The interactive experiences, that you can't really get on video, right? This touching, feeling, interacting with the product. So those are the spaces where I think researchers should be very focused today in terms of using the metaverse. And clearly, it's going to lean towards products, services, experiences that are more geared towards males and the younger groups. But as we kind of go through this adoption cycle, 5-10 years out, you may have more people there. And if it makes sense, for a lot of these studies, it does, right? If you really want to test that car, before you actually build the prototype, it might make sense to pay the money, ship out the devices, and get people using them to experience the interior of that car and speed this thing along before we've got to wait for everybody to get devices. So a quick look at what the data looks like today, what the current adoption landscape is. Hopefully that was helpful, and we'll take questions.
Any questions for the Question Pro guys? Oh, and from here. I'm going to kill myself on this cable.
Thanks very much. That was really good, really engaging. I have one on sampling. You talked about sampling there, and particularly in regards to inclusivity. Did the data show, or do you have any understanding of, whether we really are heading towards liberating everybody to experience new things and learn and engage with things, or are we just kind of reinforcing discrimination where the rich can access things and other people just can't?
I think the data pretty clearly shows that the metaverse is not an inclusive place today, right? I mean, just there's so many demographics that aren't in the metaverse, and you saw the data that said there's certain demographics that are never going to be in the metaverse. We think about that even with mobile today, right? When you run surveys, if we're working with the NHS, we can't just say that the survey is going to be digital. You have to have a pen and pencil option, right, for people to kind of come back and people who don't necessarily have access to phones, technologies, or maybe they have access but they don't know how to use it, or there's certain accessibility issues. These things have to kind of come and be involved, and I think that's why when we look at it today, true quant, fully accessible, I think is a very, very long way off. But if you are thinking more qual and experiential within certain demographics where it just matters less, then I think there are opportunities today. But I think it's going to be just like with mobile technology, right? It's like it's hard to be inclusive right from the beginning. And even with surveys and on mobile devices, we still do a lot of work in terms of color blindness and are you able to kind of type, or can you provide a verbal answers to the questions? There's still a lot being done even in kind of these older technologies to bring in and make sure that we've got 100% representation of all of these groups.
Question from Ali.
Just wondered, did you ask your respondents what they thought the benefits of doing research in the metaverse would be compared to the real world?
No, we didn't. That's the short answer. So the approach we took was to explore the themes that we wanted to explore. So we didn't ask that, but definitely I hope that some of the presentations have already touched on it, or will touch on it. Yeah,
we took a little bit of the perspective that they're not the researchers, and so they may not have the best answers for that. And I think we kind of instead asked, what are they doing today in the metaverse, right? What are the types of activities that they enjoy doing? And then we can kind of capture that and say, okay, this is how to apply it to research.
I had 3 hands in the same place. I hope it's one question. I'm away. Then it's...
Hi, my name's Sam, and I'm here with my 2 colleagues who work for Purdy Pascoe, who are a medical market research firm. It's interesting because you mentioned that you've worked with the NHS, but on your word cloud, we didn't really see anything about medical market research, especially perhaps in the context of maybe clinical trials or medical device research as well. So are there any applications that you think that this could be applied to in that context?
Yeah, I think the reason why we didn't see that come back in the data is because when people are in the metaverse themselves, they're not doing medical things. From a consumer perspective, right? They're not kind of going into the metaverse and operating on themselves. But I think in the B2B environment, you see that a lot, right? Where surgeons are kind of practicing in the metaverse on bodies and going through surgeries and things like that. So from a consumer perspective, are those participants going to be ready to be in the metaverse? Again, the data is telling us that a lot of those groups that the healthcare industry cares about are not in the metaverse today. But the healthcare industry also can pay a lot for this research and can maybe take on the cost and the effort to ship out devices and train people on how to use them so that they can do more medical research in the metaverse.
Yeah, I just want to add quickly. So the first presentation also spoke about the basis of the metaverse itself, infrastructure and the computing space. So if it's not there, then people can't use it. So it has to be built first and made user-friendly and then accessible. So that is the fundamental. If it's there, then more people can be there and it can be used. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel and Asim. That was really insightful. I think what I've taken away from that is the adoption landscape, to see that in the future there is an increase in those that are willing to take and participate in surveys online, not online, in the metaverse. And it just shows that where we've been talking about investment and where some companies already started to invest on their metaverse concepts and products, it might actually be really worth jumping on it now, because in the next 5 years, this could be expanding into something really huge. So just a bit of food for thought there. Talking about food, it's lunchtime. So food is being served in the same places where you got your coffees from. I think it's the presidential suite. I'm sure we'll all smell our way to the food. So we will reconvene in an hour. So we'll see you back shortly. And do take this opportunity to network and mingle. And welcome back, everyone. I hope you've all enjoyed lunch. Hope there was enough food to go around, and certainly there's enough conversation to go around. Now, we'd like to invite you back to session 3 of the day, which is the participant focus. And we are starting off our third session with no one other than Dr. Pervez Khan, who is Director General and CEO of ESMA. She will be discussing the professional implications of this emerging research space, the implications it could have on our profession, research practice, and standards. And what about privacy, investment, and commercial implications? So I'm going to let Dr. Pervez Khan take the lead.
Hi. That's not quite true. I'm not quite going to do that, actually. What I am going to do is I'm really going to be exploring this question. And the question is, do we need a new data regulatory regime for the metaverse? And it's a rhetorical question because I certainly don't have the answer. And in fact, this presentation is going to raise more questions than it does provide answers. And that's because, firstly, with any new innovative technological development, the metaverse is going to raise a lot of very novel and very complex legal and regulatory issues around the rights of the users and the obligations of providers and all the various other entities in terms of building and maintaining the metaverse. It goes without saying, of course, that the metaverse, whatever it turns out to become, is developed and played out in an environment that is informed by and which prioritizes privacy and data protection. But of course, as businesses, these regulations and the gold standard of which is GDPR can sometimes really feel like it's inhibiting creativity. And is that too close? Just like booming out there, can inhibit creativity and innovation. And that's because of this huge compliance burden that it does place on them. And as regulators, we're under this sort of this pressure to strike the balance between the strong business pressure to allow the free flow of data as a necessary part of a world in which economic growth is increasingly based on having access to and being able to use customer data. And then, on the other hand, the need to protect individuals from having their personal information misused, exploited, and mishandled. So it's really about us as businesses and as regulators doing what's right, not what's always easy. And that leads me to the second reason why we really need to address this question now and over the next few years, because what we have come to appreciate, particularly over the last 2 decades, and particularly with the advent of social media, is the critical need for regulators to be on the front foot. What do I mean by that? Well, let's think about it. GDPR has its genesis in the 1995 Data Protection Directive. And then a few years later, 1998, we had the Data Protection Act. It took another 2 decades before we had the General Protection Regulation, GDPR, in 2016. And in fact, another 2 years before it was rolled out. The point is, it took 2 decades for data protection rules to be adapted to what it was really designed for, physical filing cabinets at the end of the day, back in the 1990s, for the internet and then for social media. No one back in the 1990s, of course, could have anticipated how the internet and social media would, what it would do to our ability to gather information from consumers. So regulation has really been on the back foot, playing catch-up over the last 2 decades and adapting these really aging rules for a rapidly evolving digital world. And we know that compliance is still a big issue, a bigger challenge, and I don't need to remind anybody here about the scandalous headlines in the digital space over the past few years as a result of the deliberate or the negligent misuse of personal data. We're almost not even talking about social media now. Now we're sort of, the narrative is moved to the metaverse. And I think there's a real risk. There's a risk that we could be, in 20 years' time, looking back, once elements of the metaverse is crystallized, and having the same discussion, find ourselves once again playing catch-up, adapting legal concepts and structures for a world for which it was not designed. So are we then going to be trying to catch up with a dystopia because we've failed to create a governance structure that ensures a safe and inclusive space? But of course we can avoid that. We can avoid that by having privacy by design principles sort of integrated into the evolution of the metaverse right from the outset. But, as I'll demonstrate in this presentation, that's not going to be easy. And we may well need to create a new regulatory environment that is specifically designed for this new frontier in technology. The reason it's not going to be easy is because of the very novel features of the metaverse. Reaching its full value proposition, and we've heard Carl and Nick and others explain what the metaverse may become. Its full potential involves the creation of an open, interoperable, synchronous virtual environment where you can interact with people just like you can in the physical world in real time. So it's a human virtual reality coexistence, and it could become the dominant interface through which we conduct many of our daily lives. You may not believe that it will ever happen. You may not believe it should happen. But that is the promise of the metaverse. That is the end game. And that will have a transformative impact on our lives. And whilst it seems far-fetched, as we've heard today, many of the elements are already here. We've got HoloLens technology that's been used in engineering and in manufacturing and medical training. Virtual platforms like Roblox and the Sandbox are already delivering the kind of social experiences anticipated in the metaverse. It's impossible to say how long it's going to take to be realized. But one thing we can be confident about is that it's going to happen, and it's no longer a science fiction concept. So it's conceivable to think that one day it may actually replace the current technology stack of the World Wide Web. It's also conceivable that one day it becomes the source of the most valuable data, behavioral data, available to the business world. Data is the lifeline of the metaverse. Without data, it simply wouldn't work. A lot of that personal data, as I'll share with you today, is very likely to be personal data. So let's have a look at what this means. Why is data needed for the internet, and what kind of data is going to be used for the metaverse? One of the reasons is for personalization. Firstly, we need a baseline of personal data simply for the devices to create the most accurate digital representation of yourself in your avatar form. You may be a pseudonym, but still you'll be identifiable back to the creator, the person creating the metaverse, creating the avatar. And of course, it's important because it prevents other people pretending to be you, but it's not yourself. So that security issue is a critical one. But more importantly, data is also needed on the user to create the kind of personalized experiences for metaverse businesses to create for users, so that those users are going to be more engaged with their products and more likely to buy their products in the metaverse. So the more information they have about the user, the more targeted they can eventually become in their marketing to that user. Arguably, that's no different to digital platforms that we have today and the social media platforms. But what is different is the potential in terms of the unprecedented nature of the personal data that can be gathered and the way that data can be gathered. So today, right, smartphone apps and websites allow organizations and businesses to understand how the user is moving around a web or how they're navigating an app. But tomorrow, in the metaverse, businesses will be able to collect that information about individuals passively in real time through their devices, which serve as entry points to the metaverse. And again, we heard today about VR and AR headgear, but in the future, with advances in sensing and display and optic technology, we may experience the metaverse through glasses, contact lenses, and other embedded technology. So let me give you an example of how that data might be gathered and why there are risks attached to that. So these are two examples of the metaverse, a virtual one and an augmented one, but the data issues apply to both. So let us pretend we're in our avatar form and we're going about our daily digital business. Let's assume you become hungry whilst you're in the metaverse. The metaverse will observe that you're glancing frequently at a cafe or that you're looking at cakes in a bakery as you walk around this metaverse society down the streets. It will determine that you're hungry and it will serve you food adverts accordingly. Contrast this to the current technology where only you go on a website, you go on an app. By doing that, then the companies can ascertain that you're hungry and then that you're actively searching for food and give you recommendations. But in the metaverse, you don't need to proactively open your smartphone or your desktop because data on you can be gathered simply in the background as you go about your virtual life. And if the metaverse does become a space where we spend a lot of our time socializing, working, doing business, shopping, then we're going to be logged on for extended periods of time, which in turn allows a lot more behavioral data and patterns of that data to be tracked, and therefore more information gathered on us. Of course, these are all hypothetical at the moment. I'm talking about the possibilities in terms of what can be available. And metaverse writers like Louis Rosenberg, who's a great writer on the metaverse, and I encourage you to read his work, believes that within 10 years, the vast majority of us are going to be spending at least 2 hours a day in a virtual metaverse. But in fact, within 10 years, an augmented metaverse is actually going to replace mobile phones as our current primary interface for digital content. So that's quite transformative if that does happen. So this, of course, provides the possibility for businesses to gather so much more information on us, store that data, profile that data at an unprecedented level. It's data collection on steroids. That's how I describe it, if it does happen. But for regulators, it's not the volume of data which is problematic. It's the type of data that can be gathered and the volume in which that type of data can be gathered through these devices, which are really worrying. So let's have a look at some of the examples of what this kind of data might be. Because we're not just talking about contact information here. The metaverse opens the door to the collection of all sorts of personal data, including sensitive biometric data. And this is, of course, already happening with facial recognition and fingerprint technology, which is already in a number of mobile devices. But the thing about those technologies is that they are currently opt-in only. We have a choice as to whether we want to engage with them or not. But many of these AR and VR technologies already provide tracking as just part of their general use. And as I've said earlier, as more companies start to develop haptic technologies for the metaverse, more wearable devices like gloves and glasses, motion sensors, companies are even producing earbuds and heart monitors specifically designed to be used in the metaverse. This, of course, allows the collection of all sorts of user interaction data, not just, who we're with, what we're doing, but, how we feel, our heart rate, through which they're going to make inferences about our behavior and profile us. Arguably, there are no limits with this type of technology. Now, I'm a big fan of technology. I'm just giving you a scenario of what could happen if there was no regulation. But there are regulations. I mean, at the moment, we do have very strict rules around what personal data can be gathered, and even more strict rules around the kind of biometric data that can be gathered, because that's a special category under GDPR. Our current GDPR legislation is based on the notion of data minimization. In other words, it encourages you as businesses to gather the least amount of data on consumers as possible. It reduces your risk, basically. Does this go against the concept of the metaverse? And again, we have to ask consumers permission before we can collect any personal data at different points across their user journey. In the metaverse, this is going to be highly problematic because restricting access to personal data goes against this idea of creating personalized, immersive, highly customized, and seamless customer experiences. Seamlessness in the metaverse demands that personal data can cross virtual boundaries at speed and without friction. That's what makes it synchronous, enabling users to move from one platform to another platform, from one experience to another experience. And maybe the future metaverse becomes a patchwork quilt of many different metaverses. Then data is needed so that you can move from one metaverse to another metaverse. It's difficult to see how you could operationalize our current consent management systems at speed in this kind of context. And I'll come back to this a bit later. But this seamlessness brings me to the second reason why data is so important for the metaverse, and something that Carl also dwelled on. Is data is needed for interoperability. To create a globally interconnected metaverse system where you can navigate across multiple virtual worlds and multiple virtual experiences necessitates the continuous flow of data between and amongst individuals and entities, businesses and all sorts of other supply chain operators. An interoperable metaverse would allow users to transport their avatars and all their other data, like their digital assets, between metaverse applications. So without this data sharing, the metaverse simply would not work. And I think it's useful to look at those building blocks again to really understand the role of data. And again, something that Carl touched upon. He mentioned 7 layers of the metaverse. I've just condensed these to 4, because the metaverse has you've got the content and the experiences at the top. That sits on the top of the actual platforms, which is serviced by the infrastructure and the hardware. And then you have a host of enablers, things like cryptocurrency, NFTs, to enable many of these transactions to happen. To connect all of these different layers or building blocks, you need data, so that users can move around and interact and communicate with others on other platforms and other virtual experiences. So let's take the example of you in your avatar form, and you have, say, a digital car in one platform. And you want to use that digital car, which you purchased, to play a racing game in another platform. At the moment, you can't do that. In the future, you can. Data is needed to enable that to happen. Or say you buy an item of clothing which you now want to wear in a concert in a different metaverse or a different platform. Again, data is needed for that sort of synchronous sort of sharing of data and that synchronous experience. Now, given the sheer number of users who may end up using the metaverse and the sheer number of companies that are likely to be involved in making the metaverse work and provide selling products and services on the metaverse, and given that these entities are going to be coming from all over the world, arguably that requires data sharing at a scale that's never been seen before. So that's raising a number of flags in terms of, the personal data that's collected, the risk when it comes to sharing data, and I'm just going to run through what some of those are. So let's look at it from the perspective of businesses at the moment. So for those of you who have had to deal with GDPR, and it's not easy, particularly when it comes to the collection of personal data and sharing that data across physical borders, you will already appreciate the challenges businesses have to remain compliant. There are different privacy rules currently around what type of data can be collected. It also differs depending on what kind of organization you are. Health providers have different rules depending compared to, say, a financial provider or market research provider or a media agency provider. There are different rules around the purpose for collecting that data. Applying that cross-section of laws is already incredibly unwieldy in a relatively static environment like the internet. So it's really unclear at this stage how businesses can navigate privacy and data protection compliance in a live, synchronous, digital environment, and one that is arguably borderless. GDPR rules apply to the UK and the EU, but it's conceivable that one day you could have a situation where you're a vendor outside of the EU and the UK, and you end up targeting your products to somebody in the UK or the EU without deliberately meaning to do so. But given the borderless nature of the metaverse, that product ends up in the hands of somebody in the UK or in the EU. How do you ensure that you're compliant? As a business, do you then have to ensure that you are literally compliant with every single data protection rule in every single country of the world? Well, that's just not practical and not something that a small business can currently do. And we know that non-compliance is a big issue at the moment. Data breaches happen very, very regularly, both as a result of accidental or deliberate causes. And a lot of those breaches come from social media. So there is a risk, if it's not managed well, that we'll see even more non-compliance in the metaverse, and we'll see more legal challenges coming from metaverse businesses because they found themselves inadvertently breaching some rule that they were not aware of. The other concern is this concern about how our data is going to be used. We know that in the traditional social media model, us, or rather our data, are the product that generates value for advertisers and for the platforms themselves. So another concern is that the metaverse will actually intensify the exploitation of our data to dominate our attention and to influence our behavior. So those are some of the risks. And again, they're hypothetical because it hasn't happened yet. I now return really back to that original question. We need to be having these discussions now to prevent the risk that we have to play catch-up once elements of the metaverse have started to crystallize. And the question I go back to is, do we need a new data regulatory system that's specifically designed for the metaverse, or can GDPR be evolved in some way? And I'm going to be super difficult because I think to answer that question, or to think about how we can answer that question, we actually need to think about 3 other questions. And one of those questions is, who actually has responsibility for protecting users' privacy and data in the metaverse? We don't actually know who or what will own the metaverse or control the metaverse. Will it be a centralized metaverse controlled by corporations, or will it be a decentralized metaverse owned by us, the users? What we do know is that under GDPR, there are very strict rules around who is the data controller and who is the data processor. So the data controller is the business responsible for gathering that data, and they have to justify why they're gathering that data and what they're using it for, and then the data processor works on behalf of the data controller. It's quite challenging already to demarcate the different roles in complex business networks as it is. And imagine, given the sheer number of entities likely to be involved in the metaverse, how complicated that can get, given the complex web of business relationships that might emerge. So really tricky to actually identify who's going to be the data controller and the data processor. So in this metaverse then, we could say that actually it's going to be the access point providers, the individual service platforms and hardware providers that should have responsibility, because they enable access to the individual at the end of the day. But maybe it's the content creators. Maybe they should take the responsibility for being the data controllers, given that they're creating the experiences. Or is it the people who enable those interactions, all the people who provide the digital assets and the cryptocurrency? Or does that responsibility lie with us, the users of the metaverse? Much of the narrative around the metaverse is about a corporate-controlled metaverse, and with the big tech taking the lion's share. But there are others who believe that the metaverse could actually be the starting point to move control and responsibility to data subjects who carry their data in their digital wallets or through smart contracts. Now, that fundamentally changes the understanding of data ownership. And while this idea is appealing, the problem with a distributed governance system is that it doesn't really provide any obvious recourse framework when things go wrong. I mean, would you rely on the metaverse being self-regulated? I'm not so sure that I will feel confident about that. The other question that we really need to ask ourselves, given current privacy laws, is who will determine which individual rights apply? Now, at the moment, under GDPR, individuals have the right to be informed about the collection and use of their data. They also have the right to withdraw consent, and they also have the right for their personal data to be erased. These are some of the rights that we have as consumers. And those rights are given to us based on our physical location. We are residents of the UK, so we're protected under GDPR. But how do you operationalize those rights in an environment that is virtual and that is borderless? We may have to consider all the laws that could be attached to an avatar as they move around the space of the metaverse and engage with all the different services and content that are offered by businesses in multiple jurisdictions at any one point in time. But think about how you would operationalize that. You might have a right to erase your data whilst you're engaging with a European business, whilst you're in some kind of interaction in the metaverse. But a few minutes later, you've teleported yourself to a different part of the metaverse and you're now operating with a business in Japan. Would you have the same rights? This leads to a really complicated set of questions around the rights that you have legally as a result of your physical location, and the rights that you have as an avatar in your interactions in the metaverse. If the tech allows you to be teleported to literally any space in the metaverse, what constitutes location? As you move around the metaverse, it's not really clear which privacy rules of which country applies, and indeed, it's not really clear whether privacy rules based on physical jurisdiction even make sense in the metaverse. So another question to think about. And then a question around how consent can be operationalized. A central theme of most privacy rules around the world require the use of notice and consent. And that's led, as most of you will be very aware, of lengthy privacy notices and multiple just-in-time notices. Once again, the very novel features of the metaverse, given that it's persistent, it's live, it's synchronous, it's borderless, could make this really difficult to operationalize, given what we know about the current consent management system. So, detailed consent and notices at each interaction, given the multiplicity of these interactions and given that some of these interactions may only be a few seconds, it's going to be really tough to operationalize that in the metaverse. So imagine your journey through the metaverse being interrupted every few minutes, possibly every few seconds, from the various entities that want to collect and use your data. You know, imagine being confronted with pop-ups and click grabs at every single turn. I mean, the question then for me becomes, at what point does consent and choice over data use become unworkable and is no longer in the interest of the user that it's, you know, designed to serve to protect? So another question to think about. And then I'm just going to really wrap up with a few key takeaways. You know, today's privacy and data protection laws were very much designed for physical filing cabinets, and then they were updated for the internet and then updated again for social media. The question is, applying them to tomorrow's metaverse, could that be a stretch too far? The other takeaway is our current system is based on data minimization principles. That's, you know, what we have with GDPR. That seems to clash with the notion that the metaverse will be a place where we will have these very personalized experiences, because then those providers need access to a rich wealth of data on us. And as I've just mentioned, operationalizing transparency and control in the metaverse could stretch notice and consent management models to their limit. So these points lead me to the final point, is, you know, do we actually need a new data regime that is specifically designed for the metaverse? I believe we do, but I'm keen to hear what your views are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know how you're all feeling after that talk, but I've got lots of new bubbles around my head. It's exciting times hearing about the metaverse so far. And now I just think, you know, do we really have clear guidelines? And I think this part of the day really helps us understand that participant focus. So to follow on, thank you so much, Pervez. To follow on from you, we're now looking to speak to Dr. Kerry Frank, or rather, Kerry's going to talk to us, from the head of Digital Identity and Snickerdoodle Labs. Kerry will be discussing the topic of the metaverse and, in more detail, identity, which is something that a lot of us have been thinking about in the research world. So welcome.
I think I already exited. Can you pull that back up? I accidentally touched the papers on the laptop. I know. Watch me do this multiple times. I will try not to do it again.
Session 3?
Nope, not that one.
I think it could be. So if we go to the bottom here. There you are.
Yeah, here I am. Okay, thank you about that. Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
We actually tested this before, and then I did this immediately.
Okay.
Okay. So, how do I make sure I don't touch that? Okay. Yeah. No, I know, but then I have to move the page. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Carrie. I'm the head of digital identity at Snickerdoodle Labs, a startup building a data infrastructure layer that will bridge the gap between Web 2 and Web 3. A little bit of background on myself. I previously worked at PayPal's blockchain research group, investigating the role that financial service providers may play in identity. And I've become increasingly specialized. You know what? I'm just going to hire this a little bit because I'm a little taller. And I've become increasingly specialized at the intersection of product, regulation, and technical architecture in digital identity. So we'll skip that one. So let's take a high-level view of what I will present on today. I want to give a brief primer on what is digital identity and what is Web 2 versus Web 3. Then I will look at how Web 2 currently fails digital identity and why it cannot be salvaged. This is a natural segue into why Web3 is a better fit for purpose to fix digital identity and what the technical data containers might look like. Finally, I will connect the frameworks to some industry examples and implications, zeroing in on my own company, Snickerdoodle Labs, compliance, and consumer market research. So, what is digital identity? Digital identity is the aggregation of identity attributes when expressed digitally. Those identity attributes can be further broken down into different categories. I like to use the World Economic Forum's framework that divides identity attributes into 3 categories. There's inherent, like our fingerprints, accumulated, like our online browsing history, or assigned, like a tax ID. It is worthwhile to note here that data sensitivity tends to correlate to how much it differentiates in context and confers authorization rights to certain activities. For example, there is a high level of assurance in authenticating my name and date of birth when I need to access government services, which usually takes the form of checking an ID, whether that's a state license or a passport. On the other hand, there are very low levels of assurance when I go to open a new social media account, which has no real checks to authenticate the identity attributes that I might submit. As for Web 2 versus Web 3, we should think of it as a comparative evolution in how we interact with the internet. Web 2 created a more streamlined access point to the internet, most notably through the browser, but also through things like mobile apps and platforms. However, this access is inherently authoritarian and centralized, as those interactions and the data that is generated from those interactions are controlled by the service provider through which we are accessing the web. Web 3 removes the gatekeeping of Web 2. Although many people refer to Web 3 as a decentralized internet, decentralization is just the vehicle that allows us to achieve permissionless and trustless internet. I would like to note that I am not a computer scientist. If anyone is more interested in a technical rendering of the properties of decentralized, permissionless, or trustless, I highly encourage them to go to Snickerdoodle Labs' blog page and look at our CTO's contribution, the Web3 test. I would also like to contextualize Web3 more widely and how it relates to the metaverse. Many aspiring architects of the metaverse believe that Web3 needs to act as the infrastructural rails instead of a closed-loop system like Meta, as Web3 solves many of the interoperability and privacy challenges that plague current Web 2 systems. Okay, so let's look at specifically why Web 2 fails identity. I have intentionally used the 4 Ps, which is a framework produced by the Digital Identity Alliance and is less stringent in its requirements. I do this to show the limitations of digital identity in Web 2, even against the backdrop of a Web 2-friendly framework. So, privacy, or here, it means control over one's identity, data, and its permissioning. As I've already mentioned while contouring the Web 2 ecosystem, data control is relegated to platforms, corporations, and more. Not only does aggregated data exist in siloed databases of service providers, but there is little to no transparency over data permissioning, which is often buried in the T's and C's. Or they might exploit loopholes to create exceptions as to what data is covered by data sovereignty regulation. At the same time, centralization causes issues with portability, or the ability to access data across several mediums and to easily share it with third parties. Users are at the mercy of these institutions to enable data access and transfer, which in many cases is perceived as a low priority investment in resources. A good example of this is the lack of streamlining and digitization of medical records, which as many of you probably know can be a very tedious process. Digitization isn't necessarily a cure-all either. If you've ever tried to export your Facebook data, you've probably realized how unwieldy the data set is. For third parties to glean actionable insights, it would require significant data cleaning and engineering. This is despite codified regulation that users' exported data should be usable and machine readable, the application of which is clearly a low and subjective bar. Now we move to persistence, or data existing beyond the confines of the institution that may have originally credentialed the data. As it currently stands, data is only persistent as long as the institution is solvent or functional. An example might be my credit card company. If it closes shop tomorrow, I would lose that line of credit and account history. Ironically, that data might still be captured and live on through the credit bureaus, but I would have less recourse to amend or correct it. Finally, on the front of personal, or a completely, finally it fails on the line of personal, or a completely unique identity. Due to the siloed nature of Web 2, a specific identity profile usually encapsulates a narrow and easy to imitate data set. One example of this is the Social Security number in the US, which is a proxy for financial identity. The Equifax leak of hundreds of millions unleashed rampant identity fraud as this is the one identity attribute that is regularly stolen and is not authenticated by a more holistic set of identity data. Okay. So why can't digital identity in Web 2 be reformed? Well, currently, most of the innovation in Web 2 centers around portability, specifically around the introduction of centralized or federated identity management systems. In a centralized identity system, one identity provider, commonly a government agency, oversees data and user authentication. The centralized database is accessible to permission-relying parties who receive the underlying data attributes from the centralized identity provider. A federated identity, alternatively, is comprised of a consortium of industry-specific identity providers who enroll users and acquire akin identity data. This consortium can authenticate users and transfer data attributes to desired relying parties. Centralized and federated identity models, however, are just reductions in gatekeeping via slightly larger enclosures of fenced-in data. The trade-off for that modest value add and portability of narrow data sets is not always compelling. The multilateral coordination demanded to establish the necessary processes and secure technical infrastructure can be extensive. In Web 2, that process then must be replicated for every dataset custodian. Unsurprisingly, with so many different identity providers solving data interoperability in their own kingdoms and for their own pain points, little collective thought has been given around standards for data presentation or formatting, which impedes data interoperability. Also, I want to point out there's something really strange about all of these models' data flows. Does anyone in the audience want to guess what it is? Anyone brave? No? Okay. Okay, every single data flow circumvents the user entirely. It's data handed from one institution to another institution. The user is never at the center of that. Web3 can shift that paradigm by utilizing a data wallet as the primary end client user face and deputize users as the heart of the data ecosystem. Let's look at the potential upside of Web3 powering digital identity through the lens of the 4 Ps. Privacy is improved from the transfer of data ownership to users, along with more sophisticated consent management tooling that allows for precise and ongoing data permissioning to third parties. Blind trust is no longer a prerequisite as users' data is stored locally on device or via decentralized cloud storage solutions like IPFS instead of in a centralized database. Decentralized, trustless, and permissionless architecture demands open standards. The presentation of data represented by non-fungible tokens or verifiable credentials has already undergone a period of technical consensus building and standardization. While there's still progress to be made, the building blocks that will expedite asynchronous data interoperability and portability across disparate data sources have begun to crystallize. Meanwhile, the data within a data wallet can then remain persistent even if the institution that originally credentialed that data dissolves. All of these things combined allow a data wallet to correspond to a unique and personal digital identity. The 4P lens does not capture all of the improvements that Web3 can bring to digital identity. The self-sovereign identity, or SSI framework, holds digital identity product deployments to a higher standard and expects Web3 to deliver additional principles like minimal disclosure and credential source verifiability that can be audited via blockchain. I encourage anyone in the audience interested in digital identity and data sovereignty to become acquainted with SSI. With a data wallet now the center of users' data aggregation, there are a number of technical data containers that a Web3-powered data sharing infrastructure layer could enable. The first is user data held by an identity provider that is imported into the data wallet from a system itself and therefore never breaks the chain of custody. You will see an example of this in a few minutes when a user integrates their decentralized crypto wallet into the Snickerdoodle data wallet. But the systems from which a data wallet could pull Web2 centralized data from is infinite. It could be smart consumer appliance data, social media data, mobile data, and more. Users could also export data from these systems and then directly upload it into their data wallet, a reality that is becoming more and more feasible as GDPR and CCPA solidify the right for users to own and export data sets that are held on them. In this scenario, however, the data is unauthenticated, as the user did not have to demonstrate control over an account to initiate the data transfer, thus breaking the chain of custody. Now, I want to just take a quick pulse on the room. Who here knows what a non-fungible token is? Okay, what about a soulbound token? Okay, what about a verifiable credential? Okay, so we're gonna get a lot of information in the next like 3 minutes or 4 minutes. This is like the heaviest slide, I think, of this presentation. All right, so non-fungible tokens and soulbound tokens are Web3 data containers that exist on-chain. NFTs are unique tokenized digital assets that could be pictures, video, audio, documents, or more, in the sense that no two NFTs share the same smart contract address or token ID pair. As NFTs are minted by smart contracts on blockchains, the issuing party and associated wallet can be established. All subsequent NFT trades after minting are captured on Ledger. These underlying properties position NFTs as an excellent mechanism for use cases that involve digital asset ownership. Possible applications include intermediary-free content creation and distribution from art to music, ticketing, in-game items, wearables, digital twins, item provenance. Honestly, the list goes on and on. Most of these applications would belong to the accumulation ring of identity, a window into an individual's online consumer behavior and consumption patterns. Okay. SBTs, or soulbound tokens, actually have the exact same properties as NFTs. The difference is that you cannot transfer them. They also boast an interesting bucket of use cases as it relates to identity. Due to SBT's permanence, obviously their utility does not reside in tradable digital assets. Instead, SBTs are better purposed for social-oriented digital interactions that do not touch highly sensitive identity data. Use cases could include attendance badges, online course certificates, personal skill endorsements, charitable giving acknowledgements, et cetera, et cetera. If revocation is integrated into soulbound tokens functionality, other use cases like temporary memberships or symbolic credentialing might emerge. For the latter, DeFi KYC is one area of exploration. Central exchanges already implement KYC to onboard people into the Web3 ecosystem. Even though the underlying identity data must remain siloed in Coinbase's identity management system to preserve privacy, these stakeholders could theoretically issue public SBTs, which attest that the wallet owner went under KYC. Whether or not these SBTs could stand in as a consortium, KYC is more dependent on regulatory approval and perceptions of reputational risk, rather than technical feasibility. While SBT credentials are interesting, they are unable to disclose underlying data privately and bilaterally, and that stifles use cases as it relates to SBTs for the foreseeable future. Okay. So it's that shortcoming of SBTs that verifiable credentials actually resolves. VCs are off-chain identity claims which are cryptographically signed by the issuer and stored in an encrypted data wallet of a holder. In this model, the only information that's ever recorded on chain sits with the verifiable data registry. Again, this is like very technical stuff that like if it goes out of your brain in like 2 minutes, it's fine. Just research it. But basically, the registry encompasses information like public decentralized identifiers or something called a schema, which explains how the data in a verifiable credential might be formatted. When the identity holder presents a verifiable credential and the enclosed identity claim to a relying party, so long as cryptographic verification executes, the relying party can rest easy that the verifiable credential itself is not counterfeit due to the auditability of the blockchain. Verifiable credentials could introduce more portability, privacy, and security to use cases hinging on vulnerable data sets, from employment eligibility to prescription pickup. Okay. You're gonna see one of these concepts in action. I'm about to go to the Snickerdoodle data wallet demo. Just for a little bit of context, what you're gonna see. Okay, how many people here have a centralized crypto wallet? Okay, how many people here have a decentralized crypto wallet? Okay, okay. All right, so what you're gonna see is someone who has a decentralized crypto wallet, and they're integrating that data into their Snickerdoodle data wallet. Okay, this is just background This is just the process where someone is going to link their account. So get started. Okay, so MetaMask, also I did not. You know what, I'm looking at this screen. You see them right now integrating all of the accounts that they want from MetaMask. MetaMask is the largest decentralized crypto wallet provider. Right now you see them linking that. That information has now been linked. They go next. Here they can either import some demographic data by linking their Google account, or they can manually input it. So right now that's what they've imported into the Snickerdoodle data wallet. Now they're gonna go to a website or brand who's participating, and what you're seeing is a reward pop-up. So in exchange for trading their data, and they can manage the settings right here as to which data they're comfortable sharing, they will get a reward in exchange for allowing the company to access or query their data wallet. And so now you're gonna see what the data wallet might look like from a user's perspective. So here are the rewards that they've accepted, which are NFTs, and those exist in their crypto wallets in exchange for data. These are their Web3 portfolios, and this is actually a really interesting tool if you're really into crypto because it's a cross-chain portfolio viewer. But I don't know how relevant that is to people here. And then here you just can go into settings. This is the more interesting part, is that you can control to a high degree of granularity what data you're comfortable sharing, and you can toggle those settings. And if you turn something off, that data would not be shared with a brand, even if you accepted their reward. So now we're gonna see, what does this data look like from the brand perspective? Okay, so this is just a brand, they're logging in. So anyone, let's just say that they created a reward, and let's say X number of users accepted that campaign and accepted that reward. What they can see here is a high-level dashboard of all of the data for anyone who accepted that reward. Like, this is browser site history, this is gender and age range, this is location on a country level, which we keep at that level because we don't want individual triangulation. If you go back, now it's gonna go look at Web3 data, which is things like most popular tokens, most popular dApps. And then if you keep going down, it actually looks at like the primary L1s that they're using. And I will say, I don't know how strong this room's background is in Web3, but this is actually really significant in Web3 because this is basically consumer analytics. But the difference is that it's consent-driven consumer analytics, and the data is actually anonymized. Okay. You should now have some intuition as to how Web3 can better embody GDPR or CCPA. On the left, you see some of the rights established by these regulations. Local storage is a much better mechanism to execute on the right to access, rectification, and data portability, for example. Or more granular control and permissioning over data better applies the right to restrict processing or the right to object. As I mentioned, Web 2 relies on trust and retroactively punishing organizations for breaking the rules. In the last few days alone, Google was fined $391 million for secretly tracking users' location. The endless discoveries of data privacy violations by data monopolies are an indication that lawmakers are stuck reining in the excesses of Web 2 instead of resetting the system. The open source code of Web 3 powered data infrastructure layers can be freely audited, ensuring that products do exactly what is advertised. And then, this one slide on the thing that is most relevant to a lot of you in the room probably. So let's look at some of the implications for these changes in digital identity on consumer market research. Permissioned access to data will change from an opt-out model to an opt-in model, ensuring a consent-driven data sharing ecosystem. And what's really important about the data wallet, which you guys probably noticed, is that those permissions can be automated, which means that theoretically someone could choose to opt in to certain kinds of campaigns, which would allow them to seamlessly trade data with organizations that they've given consent to. Reliance on centralized repositories of information could be phased out. Interactions with data will no longer allow individual triangulation, and dashboards will be anonymized, while still gleaning actionable insights. An example of which you can see here on the right, which is the Snickerdoodle Insight platform, and that is browser visits for people who have accepted a reward. And lastly, users themselves will be compensated and receive dividends and value created in the data sharing economy. It might be in the form of an NFT reward, which you guys just saw demonstrated by the Snickerdoodle data wallet demo, or it might be through micropayments by either fungible tokens or fiat. Okay, I realized there was probably a lot of new information in this this deck to some people here, but I did want to leave like at least 5 to 10 minutes for questions. So thank you. Whew, a lot of info.
We do have time for questions. I don't think I've ever learned so much in such a short period of time.
My mouth is dry.
Would you like an acronym in the research industry as well? Questions. Who's brave enough to ask a question? Oh, not at the back. Would you mind meeting me halfway? I haven't got very long cord. As far as I can go, I'm sorry.
Thanks for the presentation. I was a bit confused by the data wallets aspect. So were you basically saying participants would basically expect remuneration for sharing data?
Yes. So in the model that we currently have, which is our go-to-market, that compensation is in the form of an NFT reward, which is important because a lot of brands are actually exploring rewards through NFTs right now, and we've created a bring your own reward. So what that means is that brands who are already exploring NFT rewards could just offer that reward, but then ask consumers to exchange data for it. That being said, that's the go-to-market. The issue is that people have tried doing pricing of data marketplaces, but to actually do that, the amount of data that you need, especially in like a decentralized data pool, is huge. And that doesn't exist right now. So like in the future, you could probably create automated pricing models in terms of fiat or like fungible tokens. But we don't see that as a approachable business model in the short term. You need a very large data pool to do that. Does that help contextualize what I said?
Yeah, so the remuneration is via NFTs, not like a liquid payment.
Well, okay, I will add a caveat that actually like we built a digital asset distribution platform that if a brand wanted to do remuneration in a fungible token, we could in fact capacitate that. Just right now, we're seeing more traction in rewards through NFTs because currently the way that the data pricing works, the exchange that would happen that's actual like fungible token or fiat is so small, like these micropayments are so small that they're meaningless. And so like until that becomes more streamlined and automated, it's likely that people would prefer an NFT reward with a brand that they're like acquainted with versus like 2 cents or 3 cents until that becomes a more streamlined process.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Question here. Thank you for making it a short journey.
That's why I'm here. So what's the incentive for the company or the marketer to move to this model instead of kind of the model today, which is autofill form and submit?
Well, so they don't hold any of the data. They can query the data, but not hold the data. And then they get dashboards of the actionable insights without having to touch the data or be, like, they're not, what's the right way of saying this? They do not become liable to GDPR compliance or CCPA compliance if they decide to gather their data through a decentralized infrastructure layer like this versus what they're currently doing, where they have to then hold the data and centralize it themselves.
Matt, is that a question?
Well, just a comment really. Is this relevant to panel companies? Did you ever see you could integrate this into the way that you reward your respondents?
For those that couldn't hear Matt, is this relevant to panel companies in the room in rewarding respondents? Few nods. Few nods going on. You heard it here first. Any other questions? Jerome, right at the back. You're going to have to meet me somewhere this way. I'm not wiring this cable up again. All the way down. Here we go. The man himself.
There's a huge, like CPU cost to having NFTs. How scalable it is?
Okay, that would be a great question for my CTO. That being said, he has a PhD from Stanford in astrophysics, and I trust the man when he says, yeah, don't worry about it. I trust the man.
That's what you say, isn't it, Jerome? Don't worry about it.
Trust the man. Trust the man. He's the smartest man I know.
Okay. One. Oh, yep. You're excellent for questions.
Hi, thanks very much. I had a question around, can NFTs be used to store consumer preference information? So for me as a consumer, can I somehow store that information and for brands to... You're right there.
Okay, so yes, in the sense that you can put, NFTs have metadata in them, and like the way that we built our platform does in fact read the metadata within NFTs. That being said, like the way that I see NFTs as capturing consumer behavior is more about like very simple metadata. Like the metadata within an NFT might be something like Harry Styles concert ticket front row. What is that? Well, that actually tells you a lot about someone's preferences, but very simply, right? And so I would not necessarily recommend trying to put like elaborate data sets into NFTs. It's more like you create NFTs with utility, and the fact that people are collecting them or using them then creates a window into their preferences and their consumer behaviors.
Okay, in time for one more question? Nope. We're a little bit over time. If you wouldn't mind taking questions afterwards, sorry for that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kerry. I was sat there for a little while thinking, I just about got an Apple Wallet, now what's going on? So I learned quite a lot. Anyone else who was lost like me for a while? Thank you, thank you. I'm not the only one. Definitely a lot to learn there, and I think having experience of working with panel companies, I think maybe that's the way forward. I don't know, is it the future of where we're going? But thank you very much. Now, for the final presentation in this part of the session, we have Betty. Betty is an author of Games and Gamification in Market Research, and she will be drawing on extensive experience in gamification to discuss the metaverse and the impact of the data collection and participant engagement. What have we learned? What can we transfer? What should we avoid? So welcome, Betty.
Hello, everybody. So thank you for the introduction. So I'm an Associate Talent Director at Handelius Recruitment and author of Games and Gamification in Market Research. And I'm so privileged to be invited here today to speak at this event and to be part of the ASC conference. I think there's some people that I know here who've perhaps seen me kind of grow up around conferences, and ASC has always kind of had a special place in my heart. So it's really nice to be here today. It was my birthday last week, and thank you. And on the day of my birthday, my old boss, Eric van Velzen, who many of you will know as the co-founder of Nebu, sent me this photo, just as a reminder of another time where we were celebrating together. And here we are in Las Vegas. And many of our team were there together. It was a small team, but a few of us were there. Andrew used to work at Nebu at the time, who's in the front row. He was in Ohio at the time. And I share this picture because it was taken the day after my first ever talk on gamification in market research. So this time really kind of holds, the time in this picture really holds quite a kind of important marker in my career, but perhaps even in gamification research more broadly. So this was the conference. It was Casro. Many of you may remember Casro. It doesn't exist anymore. And I spoke then about avatar-based research games. I spoke about placebondants. I spoke about using augmented reality-based research games, engaging gamified systems in which data can be collected about what participants think and feel and what they might do. And that was taken 12 years ago. And there was a lot of celebration around this new idea. There was a standing ovation at that conference presentation, which really took me by surprise. And I couldn't believe the amount of press and publicity from marketing and market research about this new concept of gamification and using virtual worlds in research and what it could do for consumer insight. But what's happened since then? And what's happened with gamification? I was talking about the need at the time for engaging participants in research. Participant engagement was then and still is now an issue. And I was also talking about context-driven research, having an online qualitative element to our research. And so As many of you know, the paper then was called The Future of Research Through Gaming, which informed the name of a business I had for 11 years called Research Through Gaming. And so running that agency for 11 glorious, exhausting, wonderful, rewarding, tiring years was that I saw the trend that brands were interested in these engaging, conceptual, contextual research games. I would build and design research games directly for Fortune 500 brands. But that request didn't come from agencies. Agencies wanted to know, what is gamification? Let me hire you for consultation, run a workshop with us. But the desire for that innovation was coming directly from brands. And in that 12 years, we've also seen that there's been a lot of exploration in the methods of using gamification for participant engagement and contextualizing the research experience, but not a lot of commercial doing and adaptation. I think I can probably count on one hand how many businesses in market research are using innovative methods like gamification quite regularly. And still, the subject of gamification to many people feels elusive. There might be some people in the room who are like, yeah, I get what gamification is, but some people who are like, I still don't really understand, and that's okay. And now, being in the very privileged position of seeing the market research industry from a recruitment point of view, I can share that less than 5% of the job descriptions that I've seen in a short space of time are asking for candidates who have experience and interest in innovative research methods. And that might include things like gamification or storytelling. So not a lot of commercial adoption, despite all of that excitement and all of that interest. So things starting to feel like they're repeating now. Because at the time, I was talking about augmented reality. At the time, we were talking about different games that were utilizing those technologies and what it could do for insight. But we still have an engagement problem. And on the flip side, Meta's Metaverse and lots of these other metaverses promise immersion. In fact, on the way here from Suffolk, making the pilgrimage to the Oval, I was at Liverpool Street Station, and there's a big billboard about immersion in the metaverse with education. But as many of us know, immersion doesn't come from just technology. Immersion comes from good design that inspires and motivates and engages. So when I have used the metaverse on my husband's account, which I think says a lot about the erosion of my trust with some of these organizations, you're just there, right? Where's the gamification architecture to engage me in exploring and doing? Because it's only a matter of time before some of the novelty of technology wears off. And I'm not the only one who understands the power of gamification to engage and to learn about behaviors. In fact, there is not one industry on the planet right now that is not using gamification in one way, shape, or form. And in fact, if many of you open up your wallets and purses, you will see that you are carrying with you everyday examples of gamification. Doing tasks in exchange for rewards where there are rules and feedback systems. And so where have we seen gamification, just as a few examples? In dieting, in learning languages, in the way that we go shopping. Organisations like Tesco's have gone as far to give us money off our shopping bill if we're using their gamified platform of the Tesco Club card. Now, many of you will remember that a lot of these kind of reward cards were paper-based. There's a Cafe Nero example there, get 9 stamps, get a coffee for free. So why have a lot of those become cards? Why have a lot of those become apps? Because we can take data from how people interact with these gamified systems. And so as a result, gamification and data have become synonymous with each other. And so Duolingo, how you learn languages, as well as things like fitness apps, Noom, Couch to 5K, all of these things use game elements to engage us and change our behaviors. And so I started using gamification for research. I would gamify surveys. And I was able to do so largely using the survey software systems that are around today. So one of the more popular studies that I did on behalf of the University of Surrey, which ran for 4 years, was called What Kind of Student Are You? And that was built on Askia, and Jerome and colleagues are in the room. And Askia was great, customizable. I was able to allow this kind of gamified survey to sit on the system quite comfortably as part of the processes that researchers are used to using. And that was a big thing for me when I started research through gaming in the first place. I didn't want to create an innovation that no one could use. So it sits on survey software, data is collected in the normal way that can be used by researchers in the normal way. But arguably, the quality of that data was more reliable and trusted because it derived from highly engaged participants. So we know we can use existing survey software without the metaverse to create participant engagement and context-driven research. And some people have touched on this already, that using the metaverse for research can be seen as cumbersome, sending out headsets and all that, and think of the insurance that you'll need, to cover the cost of sending out all of these things, and what if it gets broken or lost by a participant and on the way and all those things. And so there's a cost attached to that. And you'd still need people to build relevant context within the metaverse to make sense to the research that you're doing. So if that virtual space in the metaverse doesn't exist, you will need somebody in your research team to build that. There's another cost there. And actually using the metaverse won't increase the likelihood for engagement from your participants or indeed useful insight. So I've mentioned the word gamification about 100 times so far. So what is it and what problems can it solve? So whenever I talk about gamification, I talk about engagement. So gamification is the tool that gives us engagement. And it's not just any kind of engagement. Many of you will know about the differences between extrinsic and intrinsic engagement. Intrinsic engagement is about the joy of doing something just for the purpose of doing it. Now, we extrinsically engage research participants. Do X and you will get a reward. And when people are intrinsically engaged in a task, there's virtually no limit on how much they will focus, collaborate, and create. And that's what we ask of a lot of our participants, right? We want them to focus on what we're asking them, how they're responding. We want them to collaborate and create with us about a new product or service. What do we think about that packaging? What do we think about that logo? That requires collaboration and creativity. But why? What is it about games that is so intrinsically engaging? And so I'm a researcher, I ask why. So I spent some of my career doing a lot of academic research into this space. Now, there's some psychologists in the room that might recall some of the things on the screen that they've read in books of days of yore. And there are academics who believe that we've got 3 psychological needs, mastery, autonomy, purpose, or relatedness, autonomy, and mastery. But, I think that there are 4. So this is my chart accumulating a lot of research here. And so all of us, no matter our age or our ethnic background, we all have these 4 psychological needs. Our need for mastery, so how well we think we're doing at something, how well we're progressing. Our need for autonomy, so that's our free will, I do what I want and when I can do it. Our need for relatedness, which is about the quality of our relationships over the quantity. So do I feel seen? Do I feel witnessed? Am I building, good bonds with people? And our need for purpose. Now, on the flip side, the things that make a game are these 4 game ingredients. So all games will have rules, feedback systems, goals, and autonomy opportunities. So the example I like to give here is that if, many of you might have played Super Mario. If I'm playing Super Mario, I can collect the coins if I want. I don't have to. And if I want to fling myself off a cliff, that's up to me because I have the autonomy to do that, okay? And obviously the feedback systems, there are how many coins did you collect, and the purpose is about saving the princess. So if you think about a lot of the games you might have played in your life, you'll see that these 4 ingredients are at play. And the big aha moment for me was when I developed these two charts and just put them side by side. Because now we see that the very ingredients that make a game are what satisfy our psychological needs. And this is what makes games intrinsically engaging and, in some cases, addictive. So some of these overlaps are really obvious. So the autonomy opportunities I'm offered in games satisfy my psychological need for autonomy. And the feedback systems that games give me help me understand how well I'm doing, and that satisfies my psychological need for mastery. And of course, the goals in a game satisfy my psychological need for purpose. But things like rules and feedback systems can combine to also satisfy my psychological need for relatedness. I feel seen, I feel witnessed, I'm given a reward, I'm told how well I'm doing, but I'm also told where I can improve, how I can become stronger, how I can beat the bigger baddie at the end of the game. And to show how important all four of these game ingredients are in satisfying our four psychological needs, I just want to do a very small thought exercise with you. Okay, so when all four of our psychological needs are satisfied, that's when we're intrinsically engaged in the process. That's where things like flow start to develop, right? That's why some people can spend hours on end playing video games. But the moment I remove one of those psychological needs, the moment one of those psychological needs is not being satisfied, everything else breaks down. So all four are really important. So imagine that you're working, that you have a great sense of progress and mastery, right? You have great relationships at work, and your boss gives you regular feedback in reviews and so on. And you know what the company's vision is, and you're working towards that. But your sense of autonomy is completely taken away. You're not allowed to carry out your work in the way that you want to, with your own kind of creative flair, and there's restrictions on how you work. You're essentially maybe being micromanaged. Then you will start to feel stressed and anxious. And that's actually one of the reasons why micromanagement is the most stressful thing in the workplace, because it takes away your sense of autonomy and it impacts those other psychological needs. And so that's why it's so important to have all four game ingredients at play to satisfy all four psychological needs. And that's when intrinsic engagement happens, when those psychological needs are met. But don't forget that we don't just take part in games, right? We play games. And to play also has a relevant space in market research, because when we play, we are being creatively engaged. When we play, we are able to express our true selves. And play also allows us to imagine ourselves in different scenarios in a way that feels safe. So maybe a future scenario or a different context. And actually, we can induce a sense of play, as I've seen in designing my research games, all without the need for the metaverse. So earlier I touched on a study that was designed and then used on Askia, and it was called What Kind of Student Are You? And this particular, let's call it a survey game, research game, whatever you want to call it, used some of those game ingredients. So the purpose of this game was to gain feedback about what kind of student are you. And you probably would have seen a lot of this kind of stuff on social media, answer these questions and find out what kind of Disney princess you are, and all this kind of stuff. It's a very simple way to use gamification techniques. And so that study ran for 4 years. That study, at its highest, had a 97% completion rate, which averaged over the 4 years to about 75%. We had over 17,000 participants, over 1,500 profile completes, and an average 70% start rate. So how many people kind of saw the first screen and pressed the start button? And even the client was really, as you can see on the screen here, the head of Insight kind of tweeting and putting on Facebook about this survey quiz, getting people to take part. And for a while, it was the very first thing you saw on the University of Surrey's homepage. So some of the results from here show that there is a very high level of engagement, just using, in all honesty, quite simple graphics, but using the understanding of gamification to drive that engagement. And as a result, my client and I, we got to present at IIEX about this as a case study. That was really good. And then they ended up winning an award for the study, so that's really cool too. But the most rewarding thing for me was the highlight of that intrinsic engagement happening. Participants voluntarily giving their feedback to say things like thank you, to say things like I would love to do more of these. And my client and I actually laughed when we read what's in bold here. Adding a few more questions could improve it some more. By that point, Michelle and I had worked in research for a number of years. We'd never seen participants ask for more questions. There was no financial incentive given to the participants in the 4 years we ran that study because we invested in other types of value instead. We wanted to make it a research experience that was engaging and enjoyable. But what I've covered so far only covers the engagement aspect, right? What about that contextual stuff that I spoke about 12 years ago and that a lot of us in the room have spoken about and thought about today? I was working on behalf of a Fortune 500 portfolio beverage brand, who I'm not allowed to name. And they wanted to understand how bartenders would serve their particular spirit. That particular spirit has lots of different kind of ways you can use it in cocktails, but they wanted to know how bartenders in the real world are serving this. What are their serving suggestions? What are their ideas that maybe they can adopt in their marketing campaigns and advertising later on? And so before I started designing, I went to bars. There's not a running theme here, like the first picture with me with drinks, right? But I went to bars and I spoke to mixologists, people really proud of their craft. And I asked them, how would you serve this spirit if somebody came up to you and said, you know, make me a whatever the spirit is cocktail, right? And they said, well, this one guy went, well, it depends. It's like, depends on what? Well, you know, is it hot or cold outside? Is my bar really busy? Because if it's a really busy bar, I'm not going to suggest a cocktail that's going to take me 5 minutes to make. Is it a quiet time of day or not? And actually, is the customer looking a little bit older or a little bit younger? Are they male or female? All of these things, all of these variables had an impact on what kind of serving suggestion they'd have. This was great for me. Suddenly, the game architecture started to come to play. So the game idea here is that you own a bar. We're talking to bartenders, but you own a bar. You can name it what you want. Somebody's called it the Artisan, you know, very East London, okay? But in this game, you have 3 levels in which the goal is to create a bar that has really good reviews. And you do that by serving cocktails to your 4 customers. And so I specifically chose these images of different people that were of different ethnic backgrounds, and you can tell that the 2 characters on one side are a little bit older, the 2 on the other side are a little bit younger, okay? And I split the way that these variables were laid out into 3 levels. So level 1, it's the summertime. You start off serving a character in your bar and it's quiet, okay? And then in the evening, it gets busy. Level 2, it's the winter time. So I created some audio and sound effects to make it sound like there was wind outside, but a crackling fire, really trying to immerse people in that idea that you're in a bar, but it's really cold outside, and, you know, sound effects of rain and all that kind of stuff. And level 3 is when a critic arrives at your bar, and it's more of a kind of neutral time, and you can make a serving suggestion that's in a kind of more neutral space. And every time you answer a series of questions in a level, you get different achievements. So at the end of level 1, you've gotten great word of mouth. That's great for your bar. Level 2, great online reviews. Level 3, the critic has reviewed your bar and it's in a local paper. And so, as you can see, these are really simple graphics, right? These are 2D images of 3D environments. They're not anything kind of like technologically out there, but you feel that you're talking to a person, you're having conversations. You're not necessarily even always asking questions. And so one of my customers, Eric, comes to my bar and he says, I'd love a whiskey cocktail, something refreshing for this summer heat. So I've got that sense that it's the summer, that's a variable that's coming into play there, and I've got a younger male customer. I go and I make my cocktail, and when I serve it back, I'm having a conversation again with my customer about why did I choose these particular garnishes? Why did I choose that particular syrup? And if I answer the open-ended questions, I get a gold shaker. So these are kind of like internal incentives. And those gold shakers, if you collect all 6, become part of the critic review at the end. Very clever bit of design, I thought. And so I'll just play you some of the sound, just very briefly here. I don't know if this will play. But if not, that's fine. Oh, no, okay, we'll leave that for now. But basically, just again, thinking about things like sound, to have like this summer bar environment, you can see there's more people in the background, it's now quite busy, and we're now serving Moira. Moira's looking for something a little bit different. How would I serve her now based on what she wants? And there's a 2-minute timer that comes on a screen. Again, I make the cocktail and I go back to her. So what you've probably seen from a screen like this and a screen grab from Metaverse is that, flatly, it doesn't look that different. We're still talking to characters with pop-ups on the screen and things like that. And so I'm very much of the mind of if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? So if we've got the survey software that enables us to have context-led research that's engaging, we don't necessarily need to spend a lot of time and money worrying about what we need to do in the metaverse and if we need to use the metaverse at all. And so whenever I've made research games, one of the things I always do is create a story. So there we had that, you know, you're a bartender, you're running a bar. That's obviously not real. A lot of the bartenders that we would have spoken to don't own a bar. And of course, there's other research games I've made where you're transported into the future, or you're an undercover agent. I'm just trying to remember some of the narratives that I've had. But sometimes you do need art and poetry and metaphors to help express and elicit the truth. And I think that until we can get fantastical, actually, with the metaverse, there's a lot of untapped insights. And so if we're looking at building engaging, context-led research, what kind of skills should we be looking for in researchers, whether we're looking to build these elements in or outside the metaverse? So although this stuff is online and digital and quants, if you like, quant data being collected, actually I think we need more researchers who are doing quant work but that get qualitative research and how that works. You need to know how to talk to people and engage people like you would in the real world to be able to translate that knowledge into a digital environment. So quanties who are staunchly quanties learn more about qual methods, run focus groups, do depth interviews. We still need people who can write fantastic questionnaires. One of the last projects I worked on under the hat of research through gaming, I was consulting with a company whose questionnaire was quite frankly awful to read. Lots of ambiguity, typos, not very clear, and actually a lot of surveys are like that. Not all, but there's still a lot out there that are like that. So questionnaire writing is still a real skill that we need. We need creative people. We need researchers who can think like engineers and like artists. People who get storytelling, people who are problem solvers, and that needs a creative mindset as well. And people who are passionate about creating research experiences. Now, a lot of people here in the room have taken a survey and maybe don't think that this feels very experiential, but research can be a very rewarding and engaging experience that benefits everybody involved. But how do we develop those skills in market research? More courses, I think, from organisations that we know, you know, the SMRs, the MRSs, the ASCs, there's lots of them in this industry, thankfully. More courses in graphic-based questionnaire design. We're talking about worlds that are very visual. We need more researchers who understand graphic design and have that creativity. Maybe even have design-a-thons and competitions. Who can make the most engaging survey that gains great quality insight with the same research objectives? And let's showcase how customizable and creative existing survey software can be, just like I did when using Askia. And I'd recommend a lot of researchers attend non-MR events, go to tech conferences, go to design and UX conferences, go to the Gamification Europe conference. And when you're at an academic level, teach the importance of participant engagement in research. There's a lot of students that I've spoken to that really don't ever hear about, well, how do we actually engage participants? And finally, on your own, explore, design, fail, progress in developing your own skills. Like, have a go at developing what you think is an engaging survey, rethink a questionnaire, see how you can make it more context-driven. So with that, thank you very much, and I will just leave you with this thought. Would Vegas have been as fun if it was in the metaverse? Probably not.
Mr. Chairman, do we have time for questions? Okay, any questions for Betty? Okay, lady at the back, 1 second.
Thank you so much. That was really interesting. I definitely understand the use of gamification in research, especially in survey research, where we've seen item non-response and unit non-response on the rise. My question is, in your opinion, to what extent is there a trade-off between gamification and data quality? Are we, to some extent, maybe trading accuracy, to some extent, precision for entertainment and play?
Interesting question, because the role of gamification is to engage, and the role of that engagement is to increase attentiveness and focus. It's not about fun. It's about engaging for all of those good outcomes that are useful in market research and insight. So I think this is sometimes where people have this misconception that gamification is just about making it fun for participants. It's about making it intrinsically engaging so that there is more attentiveness, a decrease in dropouts, an increase in completion rates. All of those things that are really important to us as researchers and, of course, our clients. And when participants are engaged, just like any of us when we're engaged in something, we are paying attention to maybe how we're reading a question and how we're responding, or how we're responding to stimuli. So actually, there isn't the trade-off is that you're investing in a gamified platform because of the better data quality and more trusted data that you will derive from that study. So think of gamification not as an element for fun, as a tool to sort out your engagement problem and get some context so you can understand the why of behaviors behind the what of how people have responded to a question. I hope that helps.
Any final questions? Jerome, you're right at the back again. You've got to walk the whole way now.
It's like a catwalk.
You are.
I'm a big fan of gamification, and it's a great book you wrote.
Thank you.
I think one of the things that's needed in survey research is the fact that right now it's a very solitary experience to fill a survey. And I think in your game, it would have been so much better if you could have asked people to rate other people's cocktails. And if you can do that at the same time, in real time, then you're onto magic. And I think one of the success of Brain Juicer before they became System 1 and were less successful is the idea they had where they had semi-open, and you could pick the ones that other people had given, and that would be that would really make people think, and it would be crowdsourcing ideas.
Yeah.
So what I think we really need is a ways of people filling surveys. It's not a question. Of filling surveys at the same time, so they know they're observed, and that brings the competitive thing. And I'm really looking forward to somebody trying to do that with Survey Pro or Askia or any software.
Thank you, Jerome. And although it was a comment and not a question, the classic, there are so many different parts of games, right? So what I've spoken about today is like the 4 basic game ingredients, but you've also got competitive games. You've also got games that have bonus features. You've got games that have avatars, for example. As a designer, you need to decide what technique is useful and what can you do without to ultimately get to the engagement and quality insight that you need. So for that example, actually having other people rating your cocktails wasn't really relevant, because we weren't looking for the crowd's opinion. We were looking about how would expert bartenders who have been doing that job, I think the quota was for at least 7 years, what are their expert serving suggestions? But I get what you're saying. But yeah, and that's where that kind of, can we raise more designers and creative people who can think critically like this, who aren't just going to throw all the fancy stuff at a survey, but think critically, what techniques do I actually need here to get to the behaviours and the responses that are going to be useful to my client? But yeah, thank you, Jerome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Betty. I really enjoyed that. I'm sure everyone else did too. I just think it's so interesting to see that intrinsic engagement actually not only impacts our consumers, but us within any industry, market research industry, be it, you know, a different industry. So thank you very much. I'm hoping we can email you and find out where to buy your book, so I can follow that up. And now I'd like to play a game. It is tea time. We're going to have a quick break. I'm not playing around, so I'll give everyone about half an hour. If we can come back for about 3, let's make it difficult. 3:31? 3:31, I'll see you back. Thank you.
Hello. Hey, we're back online. Excellent. Technical issues. Well done. We're at session 4. You've all done very well. 3 sessions down, only 1 to go. And we are going to take a slightly wider view. You've got me here because there's a bit of a technical situation. We actually have Josh Dreen streaming in from Boston, USA. He has the rather interesting concept that the future is not employees or employee engagement. It is, in fact, the Metaverse. So a slightly different angle from Betty there. Josh is a participant in the Workplace Metaverse. He's part of Harvard Innovation Labs. He's an international speaker. And can you put him on the screen now, please? Here we go. Can you hear us, Josh?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I can hear you.
Please go ahead.
All right. Well, why is it always the front row is the most enthusiastic? Hello. You guys are right there in my view. I love to see it. Oh, everyone's enthusiastic. Wow, for the last session of the day, I wasn't surprised to see this much energy in the room. So, so excited to be here with you. I know very little about cricket, but if you want to talk American football, we can do that all day long. So glad to be with you virtually. Matt and I tried to work this out to get me there in person so hard, which just wasn't feasible. But in the spirit of talking about the metaverse, we made it. This is how it works in today's world. So I'm a...
This is how it works in today's world.
Great. So glad to have you all here. I'm assuming you're more curious than others about the metaverse. You've probably had a spectrum of conversations with individuals, especially in today's world, where everyone likes to point the fingers in the very early stages of the metaverse and say, I told you so, metaverse is bleeding money, I told you so. Look at crypto networks and the cryptocurrency right now. I tend to laugh a little bit because I am a forward thinker, and part of building the future is failing. And so we're watching us fail, but also iterate and move forward. I personally take a large interest in how the metaverse and Web3 technologies will shift the way that we work. And I just want to say up front, like, the reality is work as it currently exists sucks. It's not great. Employees know this. They feel it in their daily slog, the endless meetings that they have to be a part of, the dwindling excitement behind their chosen careers. Employers also know this. They're just not sure how to fix it. But to keep the engine humming, they push forward the only way that they know how. When you talk to experts, especially when you talk to employee engagement experts, they will give you a million different ways to do things differently, like we need to train better managers or design employee experiences that employees will love. But that's just like adding Ford Mustang car parts around a Model T chassis. The fundamental structure of work is outdated. We are clogging industrial age systems with information age speeds. I believe that the world of work is in desperate need of a new vessel for getting work done. And that's the insight that I'm bringing you today, that the metaverse and Web3 technologies have the power to drive work forward to new levels of productivity and growth by offering individual contributors. I'm going to be saying individual contributors a lot. That's a way of saying employees or workers. They're going to have greater ownership, flexibility, and agency over their work. So before we apply our paradigms of strapping on the VR headset in the virtual office to watch your hologram boss tell you what to do, I want to paint a picture that's both familiar and freeing. A world where you work on your own terms, doing what you love from wherever you want in the world. So just diving right in, to understand the impact that Web3 and the metaverse will have on the future of work, we don't have to look any further than the current real-world problems that HR departments wrestle with today, the current real-world pains that employees are experiencing. I'm talking about underrepresented employees, including many women and minorities. They're demanding We're demanding long overdue changes to inequitable workplaces, policies that have limited compensation. There's a lot of work to be done in terms of how do we engage employees. I'm a data nerd as much as anyone, hopefully in this room is. We like to look at the insights and we like to implement those insights into the workplace. We're just having a hard time getting true insights from employees because they don't trust us. How can they trust us when we ask them for feedback often and they rarely see that implementation? I believe that employees today are not experiencing inaction fatigue, or they're not experiencing survey fatigue, they're experiencing inaction fatigue. We need to implement some of these insights. But I believe that the metaverse is a chance for us to strike out from a Web 2 kind of industrial age contractual based method of employment and look at greener pastures, broader horizons that offer a lot more flexibility, ownership, and agency to employees. I believe that today employees are leaving for other employment opportunities because they're just fed up with their current employer. Tomorrow they're going to leave for crypto networks in the metaverse. So why is the metaverse such a buzzy and intriguing concept for a digital first organization? I believe it represents what remote work could be like, full of rich human interaction, of physical and virtual worlds, offering harmony in how we interact with technology. When the pandemic hit us at full force and we all went remote, we were stuck with uninspiring tech. I mean, Zoom fatigue, getting Slack bombed became part of our vernacular. And I believe it's not because remote work is keeping us in silos. I just believe that we haven't evolved to a Web3 platform yet where we can exist in our worlds the way that we do, but also inhabit interoperable metaverse worlds where we can not only hang out with our friends and connect via video games, we can actually inhabit workspaces, virtual workspaces that feel real, authentic. We can sit next to our coworkers. We can bring back water cooler chat. And that's one thing that I'm really, really excited about. So I believe that Web3 puts people in control. You have autonomy. What you create is yours, and it can be owned across the metaverse. I don't know how much of you have children. I have 3 boys, all under the age of 6. My 6-year-old is getting into Roblox right now, and it is fascinating. Roblox is the closest iteration to Web3 metaverse technology that we have today because you can buy shoes in Roblox. You can buy a burrito from Chipotle in the metaverse. And there's a large argument to be made, well, why would I buy a burrito in the metaverse if I can't actually eat it? I would like to point the finger back at all of you and say, why do you watch the British baking show if you can't actually enjoy the treats that they're cooking? I am a huge fan of the show. I sit down with my wife and I watch it all the time, and we still leave the show hungry, but we still watch. So it's a new mentality. It's a new mindset shift that we're experiencing. But I want to talk about the most important concept to understand when observing how Web3 works. It's the concept of a centralized versus a decentralized system. A centralized organization is now commonplace. There are a few individuals that lead a company, stakeholders at the top that make important decisions regarding the direction and focus of the company. It's a top-down approach, and most companies have offered lackluster results in terms of employees being engaged in the workforce. You look at engagement numbers that Gallup has been tracking for ages, and it's just in the toilet right now. A decentralized system, by contrast, is a meritocracy. It's a democratized platform that is executed by a series of self-executing smart contracts that are written directly into the code itself. There is no need for a boss or central group of decision makers. It simply consists of a group of individuals, like passionate individuals like you and me, who care about their work and agree to a set of digital articles of operations called a smart contract. They retain ownership of the value they generate through financial transactions recorded on the blockchain, which functions as an autonomous bank. I just splatted a ton of words at you. Most of you probably understand them. Some of you may not. A perfect example of how that their website, it says, come and hang out in a digital space with your friends. It started off as a platform for gamers who love to play Fortnite, and they connected into the system, but they couldn't chat with each other. So they built Discord. And Discord has since formed into a world where you can like create your own server, whatever you're passionate about. If you're a drone enthusiast, if you like a specific video game, you can join that server, participate as an admin, as a user, however you want to do it. But the problem with Discord is it's still a Web 2 platform. It looks just like Slack. It looks exactly like Slack, in fact. And what we're trying to do with Web 3 technologies in the metaverse is wrap the actual world around it. How can we have an avatar that walks into the room and sees our coworkers? When you sit down at a meeting, you can see each other. You can kind of reclaim some of the body cues that you would see being in person with individuals. So we are a long ways out. I think Mark Zuckerberg at Meta has thrown out his vision and said, this is what it's going to look like. We're yet to see if they're able to capture that. I think the basic principle of the metaverse is decentralization, meaning that not one company owns it. So if you're looking just at Meta, I would encourage you to expand your vision and look at some of the startups, the young Zuckerbergs, the new Apples, the new Googles who are building the metaverse. I work at the Harvard Innovation Labs as a Web3 advisor, and I'm working with startups every single day of extremely talented and excited Gen Z students who are building the future, and their vision goes well beyond what you're starting to see in the public eye. So this technology is being built, and it will continue to be built regardless of the ups and downs of the economy, because it's a world that we know is going to serve us well. So I have 3 principles I want to highlight with you. I have a book coming out soon. We have 8 principles of how the metaverse will impact the future of work. Today, I just want to highlight 3. The first is ownership. Corporate America is incredibly extractive. If you've worked in corporate America, you've felt this before. Most businesses require new employees to sign an agreement waiving the rights of their inventions, ideas, frameworks, and products. Once they're fully employed, all of the intellectual property that they produce, all of the value that they generate, belongs to the company. They give up their rights to the value that they generate for the company, and all royalties are forfeited to shareholders. Some employees have generated immense wealth for a company in exchange for a paycheck or watered down health benefits. That's how the world stands today. But what if you generate value that you actually get compensated for? As workers are increasingly demanding fair compensations for their contributions, the popular solution is to provide equity in a company, distribute stocks so they can have some skin in the game. But there is a catch. Often the stock percentages are minuscule with a long vesting schedule to keep employees tied to that company for as long as possible. Their equity has little tie-in to the actual work that they are performing. It's a static number agreed upon beforehand without considering the amount of value generated by that employee. That's what companies are solving for today. If you come and work for our company, which by the way, you won't work for companies in the future, you'll work for a set of DAOs, or decentralized autonomous organizations. Essentially, you'll have a mall, a virtual mall that you can shop at and say, this is the value that I provide, this is the skills that I have, this is my passion. You plug it into the algorithm and they will kick out certain DAOs that meet your criteria where you can do what you love very specifically without all the other extra stuff you have to do at an organization, and you can do it for multiple organizations at the same time. Not only is that a great piece of news for employees, but you also get to own that value. Right now, there are pay-to-play models where you can play a game and get paid to play that game. The reason why that's important is because the decentralized organization values your data. And instead of just extracting that data, keeping it for themselves, like we've seen time and time again with Google, with Meta, who are centralized organizations that get to decide what they do with our data. We actually get to own our own data held in a crypto wallet, and we get to decide how we shop that data around. We get paid for the data that we generate. And that is really exciting. So that's ownership. The next is flexibility. I think when we think of flexibility, we typically think in terms of a work schedule, the hours worked, or how many days in the year we accumulate on the clock. There's currently a major shift to individualized work schedules, and building employee experience is important. But the metaverse cracks the code on flexible work by expanding the definition. Instead of working within an organization in the metaverse, it's all about contributing to an ecosystem. Workers can select how many DAOs they work for at a time, what types of work they do, how often they work, and from where. The openness of these crypto economies will allow workers to participate with several DAOs at a time and crypto networks, mixing and matching different streams of income and ownership returns. I work with a startup called SoWork, the workplace metaverse. It's a literal virtual office where you come to work every day, and most employees work from wherever they want in the world. There was a retreat recently in Jamaica, and most of them got to work from the beach. They literally got to work from the beach and be in their virtual office at the same time, and the productivity remained high. So a traditional work contract will eventually evaporate, and work partnerships will emerge. That's flexibility. And the final is agency. And Matt, you'll keep me to my time here, making sure that we're doing okay here. This is the light bulb idea. Like-minded contributors coming together to solve a collective problem because they want to, because they like it, and they want to remove the obstacle. Agency means getting to choose how you solve the problem. In today's corporate America, you have a central group of decision makers deciding what employees should be doing to be most effective. And did you know that 1 in 10 organizations, only 1 in 10 actually consider the employee's experience when making those decisions? There's valuable insights that we need to glean from these employees. You, of all people, know that. We need to glean insights using whether it's survey data or tools built directly into this Web3 technology so that we can do that. What we do at SoWork to collect that data isn't a yearly survey. It isn't a quarterly survey. It doesn't even look like a survey. When you come to work, when you clock in, when you come into this digital office, there's a question that pops up, and it asks, how are you feeling today? And they get to decide on a daily basis how they're feeling. And that data isn't used to make them work in a certain way. That data is used to help us understand what days of the week are they most engaged? What times of day are they most engaged? What's the most effective way that they work? And like I said earlier, if we can implement that into actionable insights, if we can actually do something with that data that benefits employees, we will see a greater uptick in retention, in less employees leaving. But my whole argument today is that maybe the structure of work, how it stands today, doesn't work. Maybe employment is dead. Maybe employees are going to discover a new world, a Web3 technology that allows them to do the work that they want to do, being compensated fairly for that work, and doing it without a boss, without managers breathing down their necks and telling them exactly what to do. That, to me, is the metaverse. I'm really excited that we get to talk about this emerging technology. Is the system perfect? No. Not even close. We've seen a lot of problems with FTX especially. We've learned that it is not a perfect system, and we are imperfect people, and we're still trying to figure out how do you write an impervious contract when you're dealing with massive amounts of complication, bringing a lot of people to the table and helping them kind of work on their own. We got to solve a lot of problems, and that's why we're not there today. But I would like to say to all the haters out there, when you say, I told you so, just give it a few years and see where we are. I'm excited to move into the future together. I believe the future of work is not employment, it is crypto networks in the metaverse. And I want to thank you all for your time today. If there's any questions, we can do that. Otherwise, I'm getting the thumbs up from Matt, so enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you so
stay
much
for some Q&A, Josh. And as we go into the Q&A, Betty, I now understand that a lot of what Josh was saying actually aligns with the models that you showed us earlier, that kind of autonomy and purpose and thing. Do we have any questions?
Hands up for questions. Betty, I'll come to you in a second. James.
Hey, Josh, really interesting. So earlier we heard about the amount of investment that the banks are making in the metaverse. My question is actually around, so my perspective being from FS is they're looking at how much money they can make off us in the metaverse. But your kind of topic is around the future of work. Now, banks will be looking for stability of income from an employee to justify making a decision on big things like mortgages. Are banks actually engaging in how the metaverse will change how we, as citizens and employees, will be looking at and thinking about alternative decision making for, you know, we're suddenly gigging rather than actually being employed?
Sorry, so the question is...
So if we're moving more towards, you know, we're not employed, we're kind of like gigging and doing the things that we enjoy, so potentially not having that steady stream of income, then are banks engaging in your research and thinking about what that could mean for them in the future and how they will change the way in which they evaluate lending decisions? So because we're not employees anymore, we're about doing the things we enjoy.
Yeah, I like that. I think that is a fascinating concept. And when you talk about the gig economy, that's a perfect example of how it's working. Let's take a look at like how social media works. Like the influencer market right now is very much who's a good influencer or not. Like I'm not going to invest in an influencer that has a very small following unless I'm looking for a micro influencer. I will invest in an influencer that has a reputation, that has a following. I'm talking about in terms of advertising. I will find those influencers that are doing it well. So there is social credibility that you have to show. I believe that that credibility rests on the DAOs, on the crypto networks. So it's not the onus of the employee that says, hey, look, we're all employees and we're working and we're making income. I think there are going to be DAOs that are going to be standout influencers, if you will, that will stand out to banks and be like, hey, what they're building right now is really exciting. And that's, I think, where they're going to invest. Just like you see on Discord, there are servers that are doing really well and have a lot of eyeballs, and advertisers are licking their lips trying to get into how do we advertise to these individuals? How do we do billboards in the metaverse? And so I feel like that same concept applies in this situation. It's a great question. Very thoughtful question.
He's a thoughtful guy. Betty.
Hi, Josh. Really enjoyed your talk. Thank you. So some of the things that you were talking about align with some of the things I was sharing in my talk earlier today about giving people a sense of autonomy and mastery. Obviously, I was talking about it in the role of participant engagement with research. You're talking about it in employee engagement. And there's been lots of organizations, Deloitte and many others, who have employed gamification techniques to engage employees, and those seem to have worked really well. So do we necessarily need the metaverse to have this employee engagement and creativity and increased productivity and all of those wonderful things that you're talking about?
That's a great question. I would say, no, we don't need the metaverse, but also ask that same question to Gen Z and see what they say about it all. Because I feel like my generation was fairly forgiving or fairly able to adopt to the workplace. It was like, okay, we grew up with video games. Okay, like we went to 4 years of college. Now we're in the workplace and it kind of sucks, but you know, that's just life. So we're just gonna like do it that way. Because these technologies are moving so rapidly, I feel like Gen Z is not gonna give us that space. They're gonna say, okay, I tried the employment in the corporate world. It was horrible. I'm never going back. And I'm watching YouTubers and Twitch streamers make lots of money doing something that they love. So I'm going to give that a go. And I feel like what we need to say instead is like, hey, sorry, you missed out. Corporate world is just going to be that way. It's like, no, we need to adopt a little bit more of that model, which is just like you can play video games and earn money. What if we applied that same everything economy to work, which is you really like to build resumes and nothing else. Let's find a way to let you just build resumes or just do X, Y, Z. And And because there's only this much need at one organization and you need this much employment, let's stack up some crypto networks, let's stack up some DAOs where you can do it from multiple different channels without having to worry about getting on Upwork on a gig economy and having to like do all of the grunt work yourself. So I think that's a great question. And only time will tell, but I will kind of bring it back around to like, what does the younger generation say? How are they going to engage with the workplace? And if they're not, if they refuse, then where do we go from there?
Thank you, Josh. And speaking of time, you've kept us on time and in time. So thank you so much. If we could all goodbye. See you, Josh.
Thank you so much. Enjoy.
And now I'm going to draw your attention over to this side of the room because we have a technical transition to make from the PC to the dreaded Mac. So I will thank all of our speakers and apologise to Parvez. We didn't have time for Q&A, but perhaps we have a panel later. So if anybody's got any questions on the ESAMAS that talk and wants to add some conversation to that, we do have a panel with Ray coming on just after the next talk, and the next person coming up will be the penultimate person speaking today, just before we have a delicious, refreshing drink. So we now have Jen Heap, CCO of Vixen Labs. Jen is an international speaker who will unpack the future of the conversational metaverse. We've all heard of the voice economy, right? Alexa do this, Alexa do that. And so she's going to be talking about how the conversational metaverse can be driven by synthetic media, including ethical deepfakes and voice clones.
Hang on a sec. Hi everyone, can you hear me okay? Tech drama is over. Despite being someone who works in tech, my inability to cope with actually plugging in a presentation and getting it to display on the right screen seems to be second to none. I have some amazing news. The fact that I'm speaking now means you are T-2 talks to drinks, which I think is probably what we all need to hear right now. Especially these guys, apparently. Okay, I'm here to talk about media, money, and the metaverse. Really, it's taking a bit of a step back and talking about why we, all of us, might actually interact with the metaverse and how that might be done and how we might do it. We've just heard from Josh about actually what that might mean as an employee. I want to talk about this in terms of engagement with brands and content. Now, this is an absolutely huge area, and I'm going to take one little slice and also keep this talk nice and short. This is a slide you were not expecting from someone who works in tech about to talk about the metaverse. I don't know how well everyone can see. I know there's a little screen in the middle of the room as well. You might just be able to make out on the left-hand side two pretty old-looking people in a very sort of scruffed-up photo, and above the shop front is Skeltons. That is my mother's maiden name. These photos are from my family's clothing business in northern Cumbria. The photo from the left is actually probably from Maryport. I don't know if there's any Cumbrians here. Probably not. I think we're way too far south. Normally it's the Watford Gap that is the definition of the north, let alone here. But that's Maryport in approximately 1937. The one in the middle is the storefront. Those photos are from Maryport or Silloth. It's an even smaller place in rural Cumbria. From the 40s, maybe the 50s, trying to sort of diagnose the age of those clothes. If anyone is a clothing archivist, please let me know. And on the far side, on the right-hand side, that is a lady called Jean. That is my grandmother. And she took over the helm of the business and ran the stores probably until, as far as I can work out from family stories, about the 1970s. I am going somewhere with this, by the way. But let's just have a little afternoon story time. I hope everyone's got a cup of tea. I am horribly biased, but Jean was pretty awesome. She was known for her style and would frequently travel down south to not just the exciting headline act of Manchester, but also sometimes London. And she would buy stock. She was actually a fashion buyer, is what you would call it now. They actually had they had about 3 or 4 stores up north at one point, and also a factory as well. So she'd come down, check what the trends were, check what the trends were, and then either buy them from down here or take them up north. She was trusted to keep her stylish clients super stylish in what Cumbria in the 1960s was like. Really at the peak of fashion. She was the one who was going down to London. Not many people did. But she was also Cumbrian through and through. And not only if you didn't know the name, if you knew the name Skelton, you knew that we'd been there for generations. But if not, actually in the gentle lilt in her voice. So you would know, if you went into that store, you would be stylish, you'd look pretty fab, but it would be appropriate for the area of the country you were in. You weren't going to look like, some idiot down in London. I was born in Dorset, so I feel I can sort of bridge both. And our family name was above the door. It was trusted. It was a person. What on earth does this have to do with anything? Well, what I want to talk about is, as the decades have gone by, what has happened to this one-to-one experience that we had in stores? So we went from the high street, and listen, I'm not here saying the high street has dissolved, but we can all say that it has radically changed from the 1970s, right? We've gone from physical stores to the convenience of online, from career shopkeepers, people who had a specialism, to direct-to-brand. And we've gone from sort of really getting to know people to this trusted relationship to always on-ish. At least that was the benefit. But the need for a trusted connection has actually never left, but we really struggled to actually make it work in digital. If any of you have ever had the delight of occasionally working in social, I did at one point. And I actually remember almost the holy grail of working in social was actually trying to make human connections with people, actually trying to get that rapport. So it's something that we've always been clamoring after. But what on earth does this have to do with the metaverse? So what is the connection between these three? So here we've got Spotify Island on Roblox. This was a virtual land that was created that was connecting visitors with musical artists and performers. You could play games, you could get merchandise and you sort of meet other people in the metaverse. This was quite well documented. This is a vision of the future of work meetings. Topical, I didn't know the previous talk. I hope it's more exciting than this. I think we really can do better than just being disembodied half torsos in the work, but anyway. So. And this last one, which is whatever on earth Meta's vision of fencing is, I'm not really sure. But, this is an interesting one because, however much we might naysay it, we do need to at least keep out the corner of our eye what Meta is saying about the metaverse. What is the thing that connects all three? I would say it's the fact that they are meeting places. The metaverse is about the one-to-one connection we lost in the digital era. The last big shift in how brands and consumers interact came with digital. We went from the information that we were searching for, the entertainment we were consuming, and the commerce, the things that we were buying, went from face-to-face, from face-to-face as the primary way. You would walk in somewhere and engage. You'd go and have a chat to Jean, to actually the screen being our primary interface. Not exclusively, but it has become the main channel. This next big shift with the metaverse brings us back to a new type of face-to-face. And I would suggest we are entering a new era of commerce. Here's a big statement. In the metaverse, assistants will be the new websites. Because at the heart of all these experiences, at the heart of all of these meeting places, is going to be conversational AI. You know, we're not going to type into the metaverse, are we? We're going to talk into it, and it's going to talk back to us. And also, we actually are striving to reconnect in this one-to-one way. I would actually argue this is why we're bothering to try and create the metaverse. It's not just because we really desperately want to add a load more tech into the world, probably. It's actually because in the face of the sheer scale of modern, global, instant commerce that has so many benefits, we're not going to go back from it, it's all too convenient. But we need to find a way to make that marry up with our need to have connections, need to have that one-to-one. And a huge amount of this is going to be driven by conversationally controlled environments, and at the heart of that, synthetic characters. Because actually in the metaverse, the reality when you're looking at vast scale of interacting with brands, organizations, funnily enough, even people, like if you think about influencers, in that way in social where we were trying to like send a gazillion messages or trying to have these connection points, you want to be able to actually having one-to-one conversations, which is actually impossible to have in real time. So this is where the concept of synthetic characters comes into play. And this is the idea of also as brand identities, moving away from a tone of voice to actually fully fledged character design. Whether or not that is shopping, whether or not that is customer service, even advertising. Here is an example of something that is called an ethical deepfake or a voice clone. Ethical deepfake probably sounds like an oxymoron. It's not. This is where actually we're taking a cloning of a voice, of incredibly high fidelity cloning of a voice, but with the permission of the person. So here, I'm going to show you a few examples. Hopefully it will play. And these are people who've given permission because actually they want to be able to have one-to-one, conversationally AI-led interactions with people in a voice that is exactly the same as their own, and also in almost any language in the world. Oh no, it's not going to play. I will try and get it to play later on. In the meantime, that was my cue to have a drink of water. It is actually absolutely fascinating. And now the amount of training data that you have to put in has really, really reduced. You're looking at, it used to be hours and hours and hours and pages, and now it can be a lot less. It's impossible if I came to something like this and didn't show some stats. So here I wanted to talk about something here, which is actually about the willingness of people to actually potentially use synthetic media in the future. Why, you know, when we're talking about the metaverse, there's a lot of reticence, but also people are quite intrigued. But when you talk about, are you interested in interacting with a synthetic character, people are a lot less freaked out than you would imagine. And people, there's a solid willingness to do so, especially when you're looking at searching for information. I know that you guys might, because I was sat in that back corner there, you might struggle to see these slides. Do not worry. All these slides are taken from the synthetic media edition of our Voice Consumer Index report, and there is a QR code at the end that you can snap, and you will get the report for free. I work in conversational AI, so I'm obviously going to be talking about voice in this instance, and synthetic and voice is fundamentally connected, because what is the thing that's going to drive the metaverse in these conversations, these potentially decentralized conversations that we're having? Well, it's going to be voice. And something that we know is actually now, if you look to the left, that I often see voice almost like as a stepping stone into the metaverse almost. It's kind of our training wheels. It's like the gateway drug type scenario. And you can see that actually most people are now using voice assistants every single day. This isn't a chart of people who already use voice assistants. This is everyone. And these stats were taken from 3 different territories of 6,000 respondents in the UK, the US, and Germany. So actually a really pretty diverse bit of polling in those 3 territories. And also there's a really pretty substantial uptake in voice tech. Something that you can see on the right here is people basically saying that they are, how familiar they are with voice is actually less than how much we know that they are using it, which is really, really fascinating. People are already using these technologies. Trust is a huge part of face-to-face experiences, and that really needs to be there. So actually, when you're looking at whether or not people trust voice and conversational AI, that is actually really radically improving. It was really supercharged during the pandemic when people actually kind of starting to see the real value in using conversational AI, and that's really continued. And also on the right-hand side, the expected increase in usage, actually, and this is by participants themselves. So people are actually saying themselves, yes, I intend to use it even more next year. It's not just someone like me who works in the industry saying, yes, people are going to. So what I've been talking about so far is actually the incredible power that there could be in the metaverse moving forward of actually ushering in a new era of commerce, of finding a way of actually really fundamentally reconnecting with consumers at a face-to-face level, bringing that back in, but with the convenience of the huge scale of a global sort of marketplace and ecosystem, but with the speed of digital. So, you know, the ultimate goal here is actually the best of both worlds. This one's just for you guys. Because actually, when we're looking at, you know, with the demands from your clients of, you know, digital demands of speed and cost, actually the face-to-face opportunities for face-to-face research of primary research has been lost or reduced. We're also talking about here about actually, I've heard this several times today, levels of engagement in participants as well. Could synthetic and conversational AI be a solution here, or at least an option? Could it rekindle some of the human connection in online survey research? What is the difference in the level and the quality of response that you might get? What could happen there? How could it affect the data? You know, we heard before about gamification being a massive driver for engagement. Totally a massive fan of gamification, 100% agree. But there's another bit as well, which is also about actually relationship development. There's gamification, that engagement. There's also about wanting to maybe talk to a single person and actually have that exchange on a one-to-one basis. So some food for thought here, actually. What could potentially be done in using synthetic media and using conversational AI in research, in primary research? Because I would argue, whether or not you're trying to buy a pair of socks or listen to some music or find out some information on how to look stylish in Cumbria, we all want a gene skeleton to guide us. We all want someone. We all want a person that we trust, we admire, and we connect with, that we trust is going to guide us to make the right decisions. And this isn't impossible to go and find. I mean, absolutely phenomenal stores still exist. I am a massive fan of the high street. But in the world of same-day delivery, are we actually going to give up on that convenience? So where is the middle ground? And I would argue that this is a space for conversational AI, augmented for the metaverse with synthetic media. If you would like to find out more about what people think of synthetic media, and also actually what people also think of the Voice Consumer Edition, Voice Consumer Index, here you've got the synthetic media edition, and on our website, vixenlabs.co, you will also find links to our further research, which was done with our partners Delineate. Hi, Delineate. Thank you so much. You can also grab this QR code if you want to connect with me afterwards. And do we have time for any questions? Thank you.
Hands up for questions. Getting tired, I can't see anymore. Parvez.
It's really fascinating. Just wondered, like, are you actually using this application, and have you?
Yeah.
What kind of, results are you getting from your customers?
So not in the metaverse, to be honest, but we are using. We do already are already using synthetic media. One of the examples, and it's a shame I couldn't show that video. If anybody's interested, ping me and I'll send you the link, because it really is fascinating. We have actually done one piece of work. It's not released yet, but one piece of work actually using synthetic conversational AI with a major church out in the US. Okay, and actually so that they can have one of their like celebrity pastors read out one of the Bible, one of the books in the Bible. And not only that, so it's read out as if it's being read out by this pastor, but also that can also be translated in exactly his voice, also in Spanish. That's the second language that has been done. The possibilities for that are almost infinite. That also, I think, opens up a really interesting thing around inclusion and diversity and representation. There's a whole other rabbit hole I can go around, which is also around representation and identity in education, especially in early years learners, and actually being able to hear voices that are similar to yours, especially as we move on to more online models of education. Also potentially in the metaverse, because education is also going to be coming along on this journey. So yeah, we do already work in it, and I'd happily tell you a bit more on the quiet as well.
Ray.
Thanks for the presentation. A quick question,
Yeah.
Why do you choose to use the term synthetic media versus, say, avatars, virtual assistants, given that semiotically there's a bit of a bias against the word synthetic?
I guess I'm thinking, so it's really interesting what you're mentioning there about semiotic. I would argue it's about transparency. I think it's about the transparency of actually saying this is synthetic, this isn't a real human. I work in voice, but I have no desire to ever trick someone that they're talking to a human. This whole thing of like, oh, it's not really a bot. I'm the first person to say you are now talking to a bot, because actually it's about trust. This whole thing was about how to create one-to-one trust. So actually for me, I think calling it synthetic, saying it is a synthesization of your voice, I'm not sure if that's a word. I'm going to go with it. I actually think that that's much, much more transparent. I think there's an argument for either way, for sure. And also synthetic media is actually broader than just voice cloning as well. So it isn't just purely related to avatars. Also, avatars don't necessarily have the voice of an individual. So when we're talking about, in this particular instance here, in this particular use case, it's synthetic when you're talking about voice cloning.
When it comes to ethical deepfakes, what are the limitations around the rights of that? Does someone sign over their voice kind of in perpetuity for any purpose, or are there limits to what you can do with it and for how long?
It is super complicated. I'm also not going to give a politician's answer here, but this isn't my direct field. So we work with a partner actually on the creation of the synthetic voices, and they've done a huge amount of work in this area. They're actually when they're looking at this, they're actually coming at it from the media standpoint, as in like they don't want these sort of media celebrities and people who work in that field to feel threatened. It's actually about reach and diversity and language and all those sorts of, or just being in the metaverse 48 hours a day. Let me send you in the direction of the right person who can go into the legalities of it. I hark back to that previous point. I think it's all about transparency. I think it is a tricky area in terms of like the legalities of it all, but I know it's something that you can do a huge amount and make sure it's all being done up front. And these people also, they look like them. So you know that you're talking to this person. It's not like, you know, a deep fake where, for malicious reasons.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I've unplugged everything. Do a swapsy. Right.
Oh wait, no, this is ours? This is one.
Jérôme, viens ici.
Thank you very much. And Monica, do you want to introduce?
Yes, so thank you so much, Jennifer. We really enjoyed that. New language again, synthetic voices as opposed to artificial or anything else that we've been using so far. We are now introducing, Ray's looking at me. We're introducing Ray Pointer, who's going to be leading our Metaverse panel. He has alongside him I'm going to let you introduce everyone. Ray, over to you.
So on my right, I have Jerome
Sopuscu.
And then Betty Adamu, who you've seen already, and then Andrea.
Alexandra Kuzmina from Nova at MMR.
And we're the panel today. Two of us were pre-selected, Betty and myself. The other two, Jerome and Alexandra, were selected because they were asking good questions today. So they didn't get very much warning at all. And we're going to have a type of sandwich. I won't describe what type of sandwich, but it starts off with the good bit, then it goes to the bad bit, and it comes back to the good bit. So asking my fellow panel members, what most interested you today or caught your eye or taught you something new? And we'll start with Jerome, but next time we'll start with Betty.
I've learned a lot. A lot of acronyms, some TLAs. I've learned a lot. It's something that I'm vaguely interested in. I was not sure there was an overlap with market research. I'm still not sure there is. But it was really interesting, and everybody was passionate about their subject. I had a great day.
So all talks were fantastic. I think it's fair to say. I think we all got something out of each and every one of them. I particularly enjoyed Josh's one because it felt like the most controversial, but also because I think talks that inspire you to think about the content in your context are often the ones that are really inspiring. So, okay, how would I work in this new world that Josh is proposing? So yeah, his really stood out for me.
Yeah, thank you so much for the spontaneous invite. I did enjoy today very much so. Let's move a little bit. So in my role, I work for the Nova Tech Innovation team for global consumer and sensory research agency called MMR Research. And in my role, I am involved in exploring, interpreting, and implementing technology that makes a difference to our insights world, our industry, and helping CPG brands to engage with consumers in more meaningful ways and make the experience a bit more personable. And also make sure that we're not implementing technology as an industry for technology's sake. And I think the last kind of 12 or 24 months, there was no shortage of hype around the metaverse, and the recent months were kind of really proven sort of a bit of a backlash around that, with kind of Meta's publishing their earnings and stuff like that. So the backlash kind of is going mainstream now. So I agree that the last talk, not the last talk, Josh's talk was a bit controversial. I was probably the most controversial as well. I did enjoy the very last Jennifer's talk very much, and I think we're sort of at a point where someone on Twitter compared what we're currently in as a kind of a journey to the moon. So currently we're kind of in the Gemini era, and hopefully we'll kind of get through this middle phase at some point. You're reaching for the microphone. No.
Excellent, that's good. That's enough good stuff. I'm going to throw in my quick good stuff. I thought, start with Carl, several other people did it. It was about extended media, not virtual media. So I think if we learn one thing today, the metaverse, Web 3.0 is not about virtual media, at least not in isolation. So what seemed flawed or perhaps being slightly kind of over-optimistic today? So starting off with Betty.
So a book I read about 11 years ago called Reality is Broken by Times best-selling author Jane McGonigal, one of the things she speaks about in the first few pages is that we are, and were back then, experiencing a mass exodus into the virtual world. So people who would normally engage face-to-face are going into virtual spaces. And I think that maybe not in this conference, but another event, I would like us to talk about the reality of disconnecting. People who are living in virtual spaces working in there, connecting, and people who are kind of living in the real world. And I don't know how many of you might feel this, particularly as parents, that disconnection you might have with maybe your own children, that they are really into spending time in virtual worlds all the time, and you don't really know how they're spending their time in there or who they are in those spaces. And I was talking to Andrew earlier because he's met my brother years ago. I'm about 14 years older than my brother, so we've got a different, obviously a massive generation gap. And he has grown up playing video games. He lives in a virtual world, and I feel disconnected from him. And so I think, aren't we disconnected from each other already? I think that's a conversation I'd like to explore more. Because although we're connecting in the virtual world, what about the people who are still living in the real world? And does that present problems with generation gaps and care and health and all those sorts of things? So I'll pass it down the line.
Yeah, so I suppose it's kind of bringing back to us as practitioners of market research is the engagement problem, and also how do we engage in the metaverse in meaningful ways, in different ways. So considering that the metaverse is VR and is AR as well. And I've recently done a study myself to test something called AI interviewer, so using augmented reality to see whether it compares with video, for example. So what I did was, instead of placing a pack or a product design in the metaverse, we actually placed a virtual kind of augmented version of a researcher introducing the topic, saying, hello, I'm so-and-so, and welcome to the project, please proceed. And we, a really kind of interesting findings that people enjoyed it, all the kind of engagement metrics went up. But I had to get to 100 completes, I have to sift through 1,380 people not clicking on the link.
Yeah, for me, the problems is first the glasses. You know, there was a kickback against Google Glasses because people didn't like being filmed. They didn't like having the kids filmed, and that's an obvious problem. And I don't know how it's going to go away. You know, like 3-4 years after, it's going to be the same story. The other thing is like, well, if you go like, I mean, after 3 hours of Teams, my ears are hurting. I hate headphones. It's going to be worse with a helmet, even if it's properly ventilated. And there's a problem of motion sickness, you know, that apparently is getting better. But so there's mechanical problems. That means it's not going to be pleasant to be in a metaverse. The third problem is like, if it's so going to be dependent on blockchain, then we have a problem, because there's not one blockchain. You know, I understand it's distributed, but you know, you need one blockchain to everybody to agree to use the same, and that's going to be a problem, because of course we're in a capitalistic world where you know, we don't usually often cooperate. But
thanks, and I'm going to follow up with 2 or 3 more negatives on there. The first one is, I really doubt that we're going to see a seamless, interoperable Web 3.0. I think we are heading much towards a balkanized online world with firewalls around lots of countries, where companies try to lock you in. And it was, I think, really interesting to hear the presentation about the digital wallets and the power change, because I do a lot of work in CX research. And if I do work for Ford, let's say, they want to know who is buying the car and what the attitudes are, and they do not want BMW to be able to access that information. They do not want you as a Ford customer to be able to sell that. And they are setting up the system. So with all of these democratizations, what would encourage the power, the government, the big companies, the client companies, to move towards enabling people? And I'm not sure there is something that's going to be doing that, enabling people. And I think we're going to see a lot more balkanization. That doesn't necessarily matter from a market research point of view. We just need to be flexible for which of those we move towards. I think it's really important that we look at liminal cases. That's things on the boundary. And the bollocks we heard from Josh was that stuff that was right on the boundary. So I think it's important that I hear that and to challenge it. But just one really angry moment I had there. We did not all work from home during the pandemic. 38% of the UK at some stage worked from home during the pandemic. Nurses, shop workers, policemen, bus drivers, the vast majority of people in this country worked in place. So yes, the gig economy is a wonderful way of transferring risk from companies to individuals and changing the thing in the benefit of companies. And for some people, like me, it's super. But it's a niche, and we should recognize that those things are a niche within the bigger picture. Yes. Can we get a mic for that man?
You've got it.
I've got it. Turns out you can't speak, Mike.
Let me push back on that, only insofar as I feel that Josh is not here and somebody should defend him. And I'm quite happy to play that role. I think the point is, Ray, that you're missing. Oh, I hope he is. Because the point I think you're missing is that most people don't have the opportunity to work in the way that Josh was suggesting. And what Josh was suggesting was that the power needs to move from the employer in a centralized mode to the employee. And if you take, say, the cases that you mentioned, the people who will be employed in the future, who are definitely guaranteed jobs, are people like nurses, priests, teachers, anything that has a touchy-feely thing. But it's easy to miss the opportunities. Why is the National Health Service in such a dire strait? Because some centralized body, namely a Tory government, is organizing it. If the nurses themselves were able to organize their own shifts so that they could manage when they pick the kids up from school, etc., I think we'd have a much more productive organization. And to do that, nurses should have the opportunity to work not only in a hospital like Guy's Hospital, but at the local clinic, at the doctors, and give those opportunities. And that really, I think, is what Josh was going to. It's a fundamental structural change that could be facilitated in the world of work and many other places by thinking differently.
Thank you, Mike and Josh. Okay, so we're still in the middle part of the sandwich. So, and we're going to start with Alexandra this time. So, what problems do you foresee in implementing the sorts of things we've seen today?
Thank you. Well, I suppose engagement is one thing and probably one of the most important thing. And we've seen that only 10% in the UK have actually considered themselves as having tried that. And I suppose there are a lot of problems, kind of structural and more technical engineering of the actual technology. But I know that the kind of different industries and the global tech giants are racing to lead in this field. So probably those problems will be overcome. There are kind of more practical problems for us as researchers implementing tools like conversational AI, voice technology, even kind of playing with those things just from participants' experience perspective, but I think those are kind of the main things.
So there's so many problems, but with problems are opportunities. But yeah, a couple of things that really stand out for me is creating a digital version of yourself in the metaverse. Do you own that? Beyond that, is it you? The behavior of the person who's in the metaverse, can you argue that that's not you? We're talking about digital twins, so are you essentially creating another legal person? And as more people, and legal person is a terminology that is being used to describe you and I, a legal person. Will they be judged on their behaviours differently, or will I be judged as the person who owns that? So I think there's a lot of interesting conversations around you and this other person. Are you one? Are you different? The other thing is, I think, obviously, because what's going on in the metaverse is so exciting, as with anything exciting, right? We want to use it, we'll explore it, we'll play with it. But actually, are there other things that we can do that like I touched on my presentation that I hear today. So one example is I worked with Zappy for a fizzy drink brand at one point, and we did what we saw with Jennifer's talk, but not with a synthetic person, just because I was showing an example of the idea that I had. I filmed my husband asking questions in a video, and so you would respond to that and then more questions. And that was just very lo-fi, you know, just taking a video, but that being, you know, the follow-up questions kind of being prompted and things like that. So do you need any more to get to the point of that engagement or that data quality and things like that? There are more problems, but I'll pass it on to Sharon.
I came here today thinking, like, what kind of data can I collect on the Metaverse? And unfortunately, nobody replied. And I think it's a great opportunity to you know, maybe announce a desk of surveys, like someone I know well did a few years back. Because it is an opportunity to capture real behavior. The danger, we know it. It's like a massive Cambridge Analytica where all of a sudden we can manipulate people. So yeah, so that's for me, that's the main problem. And the energy bills.
Yeah, I think that energy bills point is a really, really key one. I'm going to come back to the truest thing that was said today. And for my opinion, the truest thing came from Ali earlier today, which was the two things that are priorities are faster and cheaper. Better doesn't make the list of the top two things. For a lot of these techniques, with the tools we have, it's not faster to create an engaging, conversational, synthetic interview in the metaverse. It's faster to do a horrible survey out and pay people $2 to do the survey. It may not be good, it may in fact be shocking, but it is faster and it's cheaper. So I think the biggest challenge for almost everything we saw today is actually how do we make it fast enough and cheap enough to be able to get beyond just the essential core things where people come along and say, well, I can't do it any other way, so I will do it this way. If you want to break out of that, it's got to be faster and cheaper. So, coming back to the nice part of the sandwich, and we're going to start again with Jerome. What do you think is going to add what you saw today? What's going to work well in the next 5 years?
Gaming and pornography. You know, it's... that... No. That's going to work well. Now, that's my prediction. Now the jury's out for the rest. You know, like, are we going to work in a multiverse? I don't see it happening. You know, we might connect. Maybe it's going to be better than Teams. We got to find something better than Teams. But you know, I don't expect too much from the whole thing.
So, completely agree with Jerome. I heard somebody say once, if you want to know what the future of tech is, just look at what the porn industry are doing. Because, again, there are so many other factors there. But we won't dive on. That's another conference for another time. What was the question again? Good things that are going to work, yes. So, I think that sometimes when something like the Metaverse is dangled over researchers, actually that highlights to us how big the gap is between what we're doing today and actually where we could be. So actually, I think in a weird way, this is going to push us up the ladder a little bit more and start thinking about participant engagement more broadly. And although, Ray, I agree with your point in many ways about how actually people want, you know, surveys cheap and fast, it's not about better. There is a cost to the low engagement of those horrible surveys. So one client I consulted for had a 3-stage survey, stage 1, stage 2. The drop-off between stage 1 and 2 would cost them per study thousands of pounds. So that was the cost of the drop-off of that low engagement. So I think more people are going to be paying attention to creating those research experiences so participants are engaged, and through that there is a saving because you're not sending out more survey links, and you're not sending out more invitations, and you're saving time in field because actually the study is getting done and that kind of thing. So that's an opportunity there.
And I was actually very pleased by Jennifer's talk, because this is exactly what I see, the trajectory of how things might pan out. As in, currently some of us have been adopting things like conversational AI, playing with chatbots for research, and also voice technology, kind of programming Amazon Alexa, trying out Google Assistant. So those two might merge together, and we might do, voice bots. And then if those guys will need to kind of come into the metaverse, they will become embodied in some sort of avatar form. So we will have digital assistants, and that already run the metaverse in form of digital humans. So we might be programming those digital human form virtual humans who do not have a representative, a real kind of physical person, a representative in real world. But we as researchers might be programming those, and there are already great advancements in real-time video synthesis, where you can just film someone for like a day or a couple of hours in front of a green screen, and then AI would learn how that person moves and how the mimics, and then you would be able to program for that person to say whatever you kind of type in, so kind of text to video stuff. And of course, there are some ethical implications of this stuff, but I do see that this might be where our industry is going with that.
So I think there are several positives, which I'm going to add to the list there. I think the first one that's fairly obvious is usability research. If you're trying to research the new handle for the Black & Decker, and you want to look at that in several countries, or as one of my clients, the tractor manufacturer, and they want to do research in Africa with people who drive tractors in different parts of Africa, that is really appealing for that to be, and that is really virtual reality, not just the augmented sort, but that's a really good place for a whole variety of things like that.
You need the experience, and you don't have it by just having...
Yeah, no, at the moment, they send them a photograph.
Yes.
So it's a whole lot better. And you know what, the photograph, you get a photograph, I think people send these on channels, and then it turns out to be not as big or whatever, all sorts of issues like that. Yeah, one or two chortles in the audience.
Testing of our tool, because it works really well. There could be accidents.
Oh, it's still going to be better than sending the photographs or the written descriptions. And the area that I'm interested in, I really look for, I do a lot of running. I mean, a lot of running. It's getting 2,500 miles this year so far. So I look at rucksacks and bags, and I would be fascinated to look at those in virtual reality and try them, and to get a sense of whether or not they were likely to work. So usability testing. The second is representative quantitative samples. Do you know what? If you are trying to do the research of who goes to Balenciaga in virtual reality metaverse, the only place you can sample those people representatively is in the metaverse. So everybody who's running an online experience of any description, that research is better conducted there than anywhere else, because that is the population. All of a sudden, you've got the right population. So I can see that being really useful. And I'm going to add my voice as well to chatbots. They're already growing immensely. Some of them are like super clunky, but it's a direction of travel. I think we will definitely see conversational AI being quite significant in the next 5 years. So that's what we thought was going to be really good. We've got a few minutes left. So anybody here going to do something different as a consequence of being here today? Who's going to put their hand up and say, you know what, I'm going to try that? Come on, be brave. Somebody, yes. You might need to come a little bit.
So I'm working on a project with someone here in the audience, and we want to visualize. We were like on a project to visualize some results in a dashboard. But we were thinking, like, can we use the metaverse and build something that we can make the impact of our results more impactful to the client, so that the client goes in the metaverse to experience the results of the research in a much more compelling and way that he will remember based on, because it sticks better to memory.
I think that's a great idea. A few years ago, I saw a presentation from physicists who were talking about they'd created a virtual reality model of the phenomenon they were researching, and they were walking around looking at the radioactive decay, double beta neutrino decay, and looking at it happening. And you could imagine how we could do that for all sorts of research results. If it was a continuous study, then we can make it cheap and fast. You wouldn't want to do that for an ad hoc study with the tools around. But actually, maybe you could do something really quite sexy for that in terms of allowing the smarter clients, so again, it's a niche, to be able to go in and investigate the data that sort of way. Anybody else going to do something differently as a consequence of today? Matt?
Oh. Yes, I am. Yes, I'm going to connect with Ali, and I'm going to see if I can convince any of our clients to incorporate some extended reality and virtual reality in some of what they do. That's what I'm going to do.
Data collection?
Data collection, yes.
Visualizing?
Visualization? Well, I mean, are people that bothered? Do they want to see charts going up and down in an interactive environment?
People want better visualization. I was very interested in the person who was talking about. Sorry. Very interested in the lady that was mentioning, presenting the data in the metaverse. One of the things we face is presenting these deeply boring cluster diagrams. It's like nobody's interested. I want to do it in 3D. I'd like to do it in real life in 3D. If I can do it, it just struck me, if I can do it in the metaverse, even better. People really want better ways of understanding data.
Just to add to that, if you want to take away one thing today, if you want to do some research and connect your client with your consumers, take a 360 video camera, stick it in their home, edit it, get them to put a headset on and go, now sit with the buggers and find out what they're like. I did that with ITV. It's a revelation. Seriously, if you want to get people to connect people, your clients to your audience, that's probably the best thing you can do.
So one of the things I'm going to do differently is I've got the Facebook Meta tools for virtual reality, but I haven't got a HoloLens. Will next week. So I'm certainly going to buy one of those. And I'm just going back to this data point. Imagine that you're talking about a cluster solution, segmentation. Imagine as a client, you can walk around and open the door to segment hedonists, as in put their clothes back on, see several people who are typical of that, and then choose one, and using conversational AI, say, now what sort of brands do you like? And they can talk back to you about the sort of brands, and why do you like those sort of brands? And if they don't know the answer, you can even route that question out to see if somebody can supply the answer in the way that some of the really fast feedback check systems now do that enable you to do that, to add to the data, so next time you will have an immediate answer with those synthetic consumers. I'm still not sure about the word synthetic, though. Sympathetic, maybe. Anybody else want to chime in with one more thought? Otherwise, I'm going to hand the conch back to Matt after a big, oh, sorry.
So, love what you just said, but do you need the metaverse to do that? Do you need the metaverse to have a client and see their data kind of come to life in that way? There might feel like an element of, well, I can kind of talk to them and go around them, but you can do that with so many other software platforms that are probably more accessible to clients than sending them all headsets and controllers and things like that.
Most people, let's not just say clients, do not have the skills to interrogate data sets. I've always made a good living at being able to go to people's sites and investigate the data they already have for them, because I'm better at it than them. What we're looking for is a method of getting more people able to interrogate, and if they can simply ask questions, and AI is helping work out what the answers are, that will open the door, rather than trying to find brighter customers all the time. Matt, this has been a fantastic conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. And yes, please excuse me, I was trying to arrange the musicians there. I was a bit distracted, and perhaps that's something I'll do in the Metaverse. I'll keep you for 2 more minutes, if we can have the slides. And that is, I promise, as I try and bring today down, this mind-bending day down, and descending like a feather on a warm breeze, I promise to only say the word Metaverse once more, and that was it. Please can we thank Monica Core for standing in, threading the day together with only 24 hours notice. Please give your feedback precisely. Thank you again to all of our sponsors. If you got a discounted ticket, it was because of those guys. If you got a ticket for the price that you got it, it was basically because of those guys, because we run at a loss. And thank you to Question Pro, everybody at home there or wherever you are watching. It's because of Question Pro that you managed to get free access. We're going to give it a plug. Yeah, why not? The ASC has an award for Best Technology Innovation, and the 3 finalists this year are ArrowStream Analytics, eTabs, and Measure. They'll be awarded at the MRS Awards ceremony. So if you want recognition for your tech, get in contact. And it's a brilliant way to promote yourselves. Please connect with us on LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, all the usuals. Got an idea for the next conference in May? It's going to be outside. There's going to be a beautiful terrace. We're going to have beautiful fish and chips. It's going to be brilliant. Sun's going to shine. It's all about survey fraud, data quality, and that wider scope of best practice in everything that we do. And now, thank you to Delineate. The band have arrived. So if you do want to take a break, everyone's going to move the chairs to the side, the oval staff, and we'll put some bar tables in, and the bar is open. Thank you very much to everybody.